Yo, uh, about to get this stream popping off. I was thinking about what song to play, and something took me back to my Me and DJ Fresh album. But then I guess I'll play. What's up, Doc? I don't know what I'm gonna play. I'm just chilling. Play my normal song. Ah, what? Hold on. On the wrong band camp. Let me see. Shout out to anybody out there. We about to get it popping, have another good video. I just had a few comments on this pseudo-liberal movement. Like they think they like talking about something. I'll talk about that in a minute and voice my opinion, but before I do that, I want to let the show pop off. I'll play something different. I'm gonna play Be Real. Check it out.
Life is like a one-way street. Yeah, some may eat, others still trying to get on their feet. We live through what we spit on the beat. We speak life. Most who rap about death or deceased. Man has confidence in the weapon he keeps. The wrong move, you can put yourself in jeopardy deep. Most men don't prepare for defeat. The word of the day is real. It's like Sesame Street. Sometimes when a man got a message he preaches, I ain't religious, but I listen to the lesson he teaches. They call it fate when our destiny reaches. And most of the time for rappers, it be something that he said through the speakers. And often that'll seal the deal. My legendary commentary on the game like Shaquille O'Neal. Everybody want mass appeal, but don't fake it till you make it just.
That's right, we tapped in live today. Make sure y'all say something when y'all come in. What's up, Kemetology? What's up, Jose?
For the gram and they do it for likes. Social media can ruin your life. Be faking frontin' for some folks you never knew in your life. Look at him now. About to post what he doing tonight. She flew in on a flight from the Philippines. Hairdo sharper than the blade on the guillotine. Reputation like Goliath the Philistine. And she take care of her kids, that's the realest thing. Take care of yourself, they try and kill us, king. I read glyphs, I can tell you what the writing on the pillars mean. We bust moves, cats pump faking. Acting like they ready and then they can't make it. I can't take it when cats be fake. I be out like catch me later. On the real, you gotta deal with yourself if no one else. At least be real with yourself. Sometimes you just gotta be real. Ain't no sense in frontin' this. I'm talking to a psychologist feels. You gotta acknowledge the truth you're trying to conceal. Is how giving an apology feels. Just don't romanticize or fantasize. It is what it is till it's glamorized. Then it seems bigger. You gotta scheme quicker. Forget all that. Just don't let the ill thoughts get with you. Keep your eyes on the big picture. Watch it close like your kid sister. It went down like that, that's how they did you. Shouldn't be real if it's incriminating. The judge and the jury, the lawyers can be intimidating. If their goal is to eliminate you, then it's no mandate to.
Alright, what's up, man? We gonna get it popping off live. Shout out to everybody in the building. That song was called Be Real off my album Starduster. Put out last year with Albert Jenkins. Since we just started it off, and I'm gonna play another joint off that joint. Right? This is called The Design. Let y'all feel the vibes one time. Listen to the lyrics one time, see where I'm at.
Just rolling up the weed, ladies stop by my page when they scrolling up they feed. So I block the young chicks that ain't old enough for trees, but I like whatever comment that they bold enough to leave. Rappers follow me cause rhymes from my catalog read like an intergalactic battle log. Satellite feed to the spaceship. When traveling, my documents are placed in the basement of the Vatican. When scientists try to duplicate my rhyme patterns, to do this they must lubricate the mind matter and find data to match the kind that I dispatch. I lace rhymes in the fabric of space-time. To meet you, I'm traveling back. Plenty of nights form like Phineas when he stabbed that Midianite whore with the javelin. That's in the Torah. I'm in the morning just recording for the art of slaughter. I told the king to pay tribute and he brought his daughter. Exotic trees in my horticulture, fly aeronautic products for the vultures. Raps hidden in imported sculptures. Got my custom broker scrambling to meet me at the border open. Connect got money to lobby to keep the border open. You ain't got no rhymes or no style neither. Cats get confused, heard more lines than wild zebras. Yeah. Hey yo, you couldn't imagine the colors in my kaleidoscope. The effervescent essence provided by my exotic folk. Regarded of how he plotted on nautical wavelengths and brought it from the basement to the pavement. The same shit as astrologists and astrophysicists. The love and knowledge of a lyricist is serious. The theory is mysteriously furious periods of time that it took. Fuck that, you ain't hearing it. If I'm capping on the track is the capstone of the pyramid. I'm an expert and it's an experiment. Dropping metaphors is my favorite thing. I rock fly jewels, think David slingshot.
Yeah, I said it. Here's a couple of nice guys. Here's a bad.
That's right.
They original word.
You can go bump that whenever you want to bump that. That's right on Bandcamp. Probably let you bump it 10 times till you go on to support. What's up, dog? I don't know if you've been watching my Making the Meal Ticket live series. It's a members only series, but when I stream it publicly, and then after that, I go members only. So if you could notify yourself about that series to see if it's cool to watch. Because we about to be making big progress in that thing, and I already made some big movements. And it's just really about how you could put together your thing for your own self and make a pretty good presentation to the world in a commerce area. And that's what got me thinking about things. So let me talk about it. Let me just break it down. That's why I put this. I ain't even really thought hard on it to just give it, but I'm noticing what's going on. All right, so y'all remember, the people who are old enough to remember when the drum machine came out, it wasn't all drummers that thought the drum machine would replace them. It wasn't. Remember when the drum machine, let's go back. And all of our musician homies was anti the machine to do it. Tell me in the chat if you old enough to remember that or not. If you was talking about having a drum machine, which was some younger, newer technology, the elders who actually played the drums and was in bands was kind of like against that. And the theory was this replacement theory. That AI, not AI, but at that time it was, that version, the 70s version of AI. The 80s version of AI was like a drum machine. Oh, you ain't gonna hire a drummer no more. You're gonna just be using the drum machine. You see how that turned out? That didn't really turn out how they thought. But you have to notice that the people The artist, the artistic level, the mediocre class. The mediocre class in art always complains about how a machine could probably do it as good as them or better. But the masters in the field, you ain't never heard no supreme drummer who be all over the place, scared of what a drum machine would do to take away his job. It ain't just the drum machine. I could go up more, updated more. I ain't wrote this out, but I just been thinking. Exactly. A lot of them ended up incorporating that technology into their workflow to help their artistry. Now, I'm going to keep it all the way a buck, and this is why I reference my show, Making a Meal Ticket Live. Because it's one of the humblest endeavors that you probably going to find. It sounds pretentious, but if you peep game, it's one of the humblest endeavors you probably really seen on YouTube. Trying to be transparent in what it takes for one person to bust these moves, not one person, but because I got a conglomerate, but to bust these moves in order to try to get to where you at. Now, anything that you as an individual entrepreneur or what have you as an artist or business, anything that you can use to help you gain advantage in the world, it should be used, right? Let's go to the second phase of what I was just talking about. Who remember when criminals and D-boys and shit had a higher status in the black culture and shit? Like they was, you know, like in the 80s, 90s, a D-boy was the height of almost everything. A rapper really didn't even rival it did. A rapper always like beat it, having to be like a drug dealer. I'm talking about black street shit. You know, you got basketball player, all the little shit that in the hood you be thinking, what's the shit? Well, thinking about that D-boy analogy. Right? I'm just trying to work it out in a way that we could all understand it. It was not a replacement with it was well, whatever, it'll come back to me. It's not silly falling into that same like replacement theory where people were scared. I had an analogy I was trying to work out, but I'll just let it come back. But what really I was meeting right now is, you see, I don't know what Timberland did with the AI. I think he was using other, I don't know, so I don't want to say nothing wrong in my song, but on my show, but I seen a negative push on social media concerning Timberland and his use of AI with his music. Nobody don't think Timberland can't really make beats. So why would if Timberland could really make that slap he be making, when now that AI come out, he starts stealing your beat in the AI by putting it in the AI just to steal your beat? That's a harsh charge being waged at him that's probably got something behind it. It maybe has something to do with his lack of knowing how to use the technology. Maybe the technology looking through your files and training itself off of your files. You got a file of somebody else's music in your files, the technology training, and it choose that file to train itself off of, and you wind up with an AI beat that sounds like somebody beat that was in your folder. I'm just trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. But that ain't really what I'm trying to speak towards. Is about the movement, and this is really kind of pseudo to me. I'm not saying that they don't have a point. I'm totally with that. But I do also need to speak to that's just a threat to the mediocre. Even if artificial intelligence gets great, I don't think like no lyricist, no bartender is tripping off AI gonna replace their bars. Even though it'll get really good, one day it'll actually make a rap that makes poetical sense and got all of the cleverness that we're talking about. But I still don't think that the fear of AI replacing you is big on the artist's mind. Now, one thing that has been big on a lot of our minds that's different type of artists concerning AI is the exploitation of our likeness. That I'm all with that. I don't think that's cool. Right before I just turned on this video, I was scrolling on something, and it just showed some Chinese girl, and it had the article was like King Von resurrected in the video of this Chinese woman, where the Chinese woman had, she lives in China, that's what I mean. She had like taken an image of King Von and made him do whatever she wanted him to do in that video. Those laws about the exploitation of one's likeness and just using one's image and character through AI, eventually that's going to see its day in court on what is legal to do and what is not legal to do with that artificial intelligence. With all of these negative uses, right, have caused a pseudo movement, and I'm calling it pseudo. It ain't fake. Their gripes might be real, but it started some little fake artistic movement against AI that is now having people, a particular class of whether they're artists or not, or whether they're just against, if they're just anti-AI people on social media, attacking anyone using AI. And I thought about this a lot because I run a company, right? One. Two, I run a couple companies. One of them is a video company that I'm just getting back on. And another, just a record company, right? And trying to maintain your brand and keep being right, basically, by the people. You have these questions, business questions. You know the advancement of AI is coming and about to help all business. But right now, there's a negative sentiment only really on social media concerning the use of AI. So I've been doing some experiments with AI with my own personal accounts to try to understand the logic of the anti-AI in art type person. The one who thinks, oh, no one wants a real picture drawn anymore because AI can just make pictures. So we think the value of, my daughter's a artist. She's in the school for art right now. You think it would be wise for me as a parent to tell her, you might as well stop pursuing your art degree because AI out. And whatever image you draw, AI could probably draw it better. I don't think that's going to be the case. I don't think that would be wise. Even though I don't got no lights on, that light still was giving me the business. So allow me to turn off the lights. You still can see though, that's cool. So let's talk about it then. Because what we be calling AI when we make these little groups that we hate on AI, half of that be in the world already anyway. So if I wanted to make a beat right now, in 2025, I got so many options on how I could start making the beat. I ain't never even started using none of this AI stuff. I made 2 AI songs that were complete songs with fake artists that were singing like the Smash Rockwell Show, that type of stuff. Not no AI songs that I actually was trying to make a casual song. But if you go to the latest battle between Goods and DNA and J Mills and listen to all their hooks and songs, all that stuff is AI. Matter of fact, this is going to be a good example right here of what I'm trying to say. Because these are artists we love, right? And we can watch
as far as
you can watch them in real time, incorporating AI into their workflow in order to help them in a battle. This is a battle. Now let's listen to this song and let's talk about it.
You are now listening.
And this is my point. This use of AI, to me, is condoned. It's not what y'all talking about. Because you gotta understand first, this is an artist who we don't have the budget. He's not lazy. That's a stupid charge. Because the AI don't just do the shit for you. We're gonna talk about all that. But the charge that he is lazy for not going to get a real choir and renting a studio big enough to host a choir, and then paying each one of those choir members in order to do what we're about to hear in this song. What about the artist whose only opportunity to get their idea out of their head is to use technology? Haven't you seen Sinners? Did you just see Sinners? Don't you know, why do we have a problem with AI making the graphic presentation, but if we just go in a computer and use computer-generated graphics, that makes a fake person standing right next to the real character? Our brain don't got a problem with that. We know it's fake. We're not being fooled. The part about AI producing something that's so realistic that you're fooled is the egregious part about it. That's the part people don't like. So I'm sharing the screen and let's listen to this song.
Listening to the sounds of Ether Boy.
Now let me just stop right now. You hear how big that sounds? Now for an artist of this caliber, in hip hop, in the whole music, for an artist of this caliber to have an introductory singing like that, before AI, he would have either had to sample it or pay a choir probably 5-10 grand. Seriously. You're going to find the perfect sample in your life and be like, oh my God, I just found this sample with this choir singing some hip hop shit that worked perfect for a battle song. The only options that this song that he had made would have had to be created before AI was just that. Find a sample or hire a big ass choir. Now let's keep listening.
I'm going on.
that.
But do you hear that big sound and that big presentation that certain artists wasn't even allowed to have before artificial intelligence? Now, is that wrong? What's the crime being committed here? And I got my lights off, just don't trip.
First thing first, I ain't a troll, I'm a crash. I saw this little podcast clip that made me laugh. Battle rappers turn bloggers and I'm living in my past. And it's crazy cause them same niggas living in my past.
I just want to hear the hook incorporation.
I could blow your pointers off. You know profile. Nigga, I saw you did in me. How I complain. I'm like your last been a your folk slick. I was so to miss. I'm Bob asking, turn this off. It's Mills.
Now, my question to you is, don't you see how AI assisted him in that battle? AI didn't write his lyrics. I don't care about nothing about that. That's all about the caliber of the artist. Only mediocre artists are going to let it work that way. But AI can't think of the rhymes that Master Rhymers think of. Right? And so now we're talking about, I'm coming to this. Let me show you. Because just like I was showing you, I want to show you this commercial. And I had people lie and everything about this commercial right here just to defend their pseudo stance about AI. But guess what they're defending it against? My commercial pursuit in a project that I'm trying to do. And you think that I keep calling it your pseudo-liberal campaign against artificial intelligence is good to wage on my social media post. That's a commercial post that don't even concern my art. It concerns manufacturing and clothing and letting you know that I got a new product out. But you think that is like something to be like, oh, this commercial is AI. And people were saying the stupidest stuff. And I'm glad I'm right here. And I'm about to show you, let me get this picture up. People were saying the stupidest stuff in their defense. They're saying, oh, this is lazy. How do I know about the product? How do I know if the shirt has 2 buttons or 3 buttons? Everything I'm seeing is AI. This is lazy. Who would do this? Please don't start. I'm like, oh my God, look at, this is why some people don't even need privilege to share their opinions. Because when you watch commercials on TV for commerce, how much complaints do you have about anything that you watching a commercial being AI or computer generated? What about when you watch sports games and they show you a rerun in computer graphics 2 seconds after the play just happened? Do you think an editor edited that quick? I'm talking about they just catch a remarkable touchdown. And in the next 10 seconds when they show you the replay, they show you it and the camera's spiraling all the way around in 360. And it's a graphic of a computer dude doing what the human just did in 10 seconds. What you think that is? What about, just like I said, when we just watched Sinners, right? And all those, no, I'm not talking about the actors. I'm talking about the brother who was the main character that was computer generated. Oh, he wasn't computer generated. They shot him twice and did whatever they did. That's the issue, but watch this. I had people tell me everything. No, it's like just like a couple people, but I'm not that type. I'm more like Wendy's when it comes to business. You're not getting on my social media thinking that you about to speak negatively against a commercial pursuit I got and not get fried by the owner of the company. But I'm not going to do it from my collective account. I'll always go on my personal casual account and defend what I have to defend. But let me just play this for y'all real quick. And this is the version off of YouTube, so it might have music that get me in trouble, but let me hear.
In a world built on trends that fade overnight, some things are crafted to last. High-row rugbies aren't just shirts, they're a statement. A blend of street legacy and timeless design, cut from heavyweight cotton, finished with precision stitching. Colors inspired by culture, movement and history, born in Oakland, worn everywhere. Whether you're on stage, on the block, or on the move. High-row rugbies hit different, rooted in the same spirit that built a global hip-hop dynasty. This isn't fast fashion. This is tradition. This is craftsmanship. This is high-row rugbies. We're the legacy. Available at shophighrow.com. In a world built on trends that fade.
How could you think it's a valid position to come on this commercial post and express your contention about the use of AI? But look, here go the funniest part about everything. Let's look at this.
Overnight, some things are crafted to last. High-row rugbies aren't just...
Now let me go and show you how dumb people is. I want to go into my photographs. Because everybody be thinking they know everything. I'm going to open up a picture. This picture going to open up hella big, right? And tell me what you see on this picture. This is the photograph of the first girl, which is my daughter, by the way. Right? All right? A photograph of the first person in the video rocking the rugby. All right. Let's go back to the video. People talking about using AI is lazy. I just showed you that I went into the world and shot these shots with my daughter, and now you see her in the AI video, right? I'm a video editor. I'm telling you, if I would have just used the footage out of my camera, the job would have required less. Incorporating the AI lengthened my workflow. Not only that, now let me go show you some of the process, right? Of taking this shot of my daughter, right? And she's like, oh, and with her pants on, right? And look, let me go to one of these AI accounts. Oh. And it costs more money. I want to show y'all, I just want people to see how crazy the charge is that using technology that it requires a learning curve like this is more lazy by the artists, and all y'all stupid and pseudo, y'all gonna get left in the past. And when I was talking about the D-boy analogy, it just came back to me. It was when the D-boy was one of the coolest social things to do. I'm not talking about really, I'm talking about in the dumb subcultures of America. You give credit to this dude who getting his money illegally, pulling up in all kind of shit, right? But the social structure of America changed, and this thing called social media came out, right? And you got to remember, D-Boys was all anti-social media because they was like, oh, I'm not putting my information on no shit just to talk to people. I see this ain't nothing but a way to get caught up. But now look at them. They the same motherfuckers who could barely type on social media. They be like peeking from the closets on a brand new 2-year-old account because social media outgrew everything they knew and they got dragged along with it instead of being at the forefront of what was going on. The same people. But the ones who was at the forefront of it took their criminality and got on the dark web. I'm just keeping it a buck. The ones who was still on their pursuit knew that this technology had a place in what they was doing too, and they started doing what they was doing on the dark web. And so, really, those old school D-boys who was pulling up, now they still got them same old-ass cars, right? And they ancient now because the world changed, shit start happening online. Motherfuckers was moving shit they was moving on the street, blocked through computers and shit, and they just got left out. Hey, people know that happened. Even the ones who didn't even have a pursuit to get on social media, to get on and expand their criminal enterprise, the ones who simply just didn't want to get caught by them boys, now they all still got social media accounts in 2025. But when it came out in 2009, it was acting like, I ain't getting no damn Facebook. Well, anyway, I'm going to re-show y'all the picture of my daughter. And if I got video files of this too, I can just show you her modeling the shirt, which started the video. And I could have completed the video by simply using those. But I lengthened my workflow, right? And I started using AI. Now, the intent wasn't to lengthen my workflow, but I'm talking about the pseudo people who say it's lazy to incorporate AI. I need them to explain how. Because I'm going into my account and I want to open something up. My last creation in creating this commercial. And I want you to see how much this cost me and how much time it took. Like, it'd be crazy what people think they know, right? So I'm just gonna come into here and you can look at the behind the scenes of one. This is a VEO3 that I use. Nothing, I like sharing this type of stuff. Now look, each one of these, well, since I'm using this on a, since I'm using a account that has, yeah, I feel you. Some people be tripping off of the type of voiceovers, but I like I said, everything is like opinion and everyone's allowed their opinion, but to launch that type of attack against somebody like Financial Pursuit, just because you an AI against AI warrior, you lightweight, a punk, and you wasn't even, not you, but you wasn't even a candidate for buying an item in the first place. You just want to get on there and critique it. Now, mind you, this is the same shirt I got on now, and y'all see how loose and bubby it fit on me right on the video. But look, I simply put a prompt of a black woman walking towards the camera on a busy sidewalk street in the rain in New York. But what was the prompt generated by? A photograph of the actual shirt, right? And so that when you see this image, okay, now, in order for it to look realistic, I have to keep regenerating this over and over and over. Not saying that that's a cumbersome task. What I'm saying is, it's not cost effective, it's costly, and it's time consuming. Because each one of these are a different render when you're trying to get what you're trying to get. If something don't look right with the AI and it's touching off your sensibilities, then you're probably gonna sweat. So I use one of these that have looked kind of realistic. But you can see how much just to get that one shot, y'all, for 3 seconds in the video. how many different tries I had to go through and wasting tokens each time to create a shot that you're not going to use in the video. More and more. Look at all of these. For this one shot. See, I'm like, why they got her walking in the middle of the street? All of these little details, so I go back and add on the sidewalk. Now they put her on the sidewalk, but she looked grossly unrealistic like. So when I finally got one that looked real, I settled on it. Well, you can keep see how long the process takes. Look at this bad generation. They got him with the shirt on the backwards, wasting money. So I'm only just showing this to say, now, okay, look. This is straight from a photograph I took of the shirt. Now, arguing that us and anyone, but particularly those with an entrepreneurial pursuit, right, that's trying to be able to give a presentation that could rival even people like commercials produced by Ralph Lauren and stuff like that. How could you be such a hater? Oh, that's AI. So let me show y'all something else. These dudes are suckers. And this is a good ass point I'm about to make, and I'm gonna leave it at that. But now y'all can see the AI version of my daughter that started the video, right? After I just showed y'all that started from the picture we took to model this. This is why it came out so perfect. Looking just like the shirt, right? But what was I about to try to play? Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm not all the way against what some of the mediocre contingency of all artistic fields feel about the replacement of what they do by AI. For real. He said the same cast was complaining about email. I ain't sending no email. Just come get it. Right? Dude, email the beat. Who remember when cats start? Oh, here go another one. It's even artists. I know you like to be in the studio with every motherfucking body when you make your song, but how about the people who don't like that? How about the people who work in music and got social anxiety and they do their best performances in their own comfort zone? Like Missy Elliott. Missy Elliott had to kick everybody out the studio in order to do her parts. But why is that required? Why you just can't email her the beat and let her do that shit in her comfort zone? Because that's breaking some rule of how music is made to you. And you thinking, oh, technology messing up the vibe because we need to sit in the room and smell the same weed smoke and smell each other's breath in order to have a vibe. I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm telling you this in all humility. Any of my new music that you heard, when I'm gassing hella hard, I'll be sitting right here in this chair. I pull the mic like this. I don't be writing. If it's important, everything is important in my art. What I mean is, like, if it's like a name, like Black Thought, like I ain't never rap with these people, but if they're even on my mind or something came up, if it was a Prodigy beat, I might be like, okay, you might pin something for that. But half the time I turn on the mic just like I'm doing this show right here, like I'm recording live, I'll be just recording live into a different DAW. It won't be Streamlabs or whatever I'm using. It'll be Studio One or whatever. But I just let the beat keep playing and jot bars in my head. I probably won't even never get a whole 4-bar scheme when I'm doing that. It'd be 2 or 3 lines coming to me like when I'm writing, but instead of writing them, I just say them in the mic. That's another process I would not be able to take advantage of if it wasn't for the technology, right? to even be able to do it like that. Back in the day, you couldn't even do that. They would have to be, back in the day when we punched in and spliced, they used to have to get this big ass tape and cut the tape. They would cut the tape at the part where so they'd go to the tape machine, look at where you said the word and write a little line on the tape. Then they'll fast forward to the end of the word and write a line on the tape. Cut the tape and sew the tape back together. And that was editing your beat back in the day, bro. That was editing your song back in the day. Who remember that? You ain't that old to remember that, bro. So you could not be messing up back then, right? And I'm talking about all the way technology helps and hurts. You could not be messing up, because if you messed up, the tape, if you did a punch too many times back in the day, the tape would start to degrade in that section. Like, say, you probably could do 4 or 5 punches and go over and over. But if you had like 20 punches in that section, that one section of the tape, you kept recording over, it was on a physical piece of tape, right? And you would be degrading it by keep on recording over and over and over. So you had to be better on the mic. Well, nowadays, some of the methods I use would not even be possible back then, right? Oh, that's a good ass idea, Wonetta. But let's talk about it. I mean, yeah, that's a good ass idea. So I still wanted to show y'all that original shot of me working with my daughter that started the AI video. So I'll be like, why is people on it like that when they think they know everything? So I'm going to go all the way down to that shot. And so while I'm going down to that shot, look at how many different generations I had to do to finally produce. Look, they wasn't working. To finally produce the commercial I wanted to produce, right? Had people fishing in the rugby. This one came out really good. Right? And so, look, but I'm just showing you all these costs. Do a whole show about how to write raps. Now, this is a picture I took of the rugby and put it in here and said, make this to a commercial. Now, what part about that is not hot? Because you need to be paying a photographer. No, I don't. I got the camera myself. Sony A7 IV is sitting right here. See that lens, bro? Stop playing with me, dog. Like, what part about aiming this at somebody do you not? What you know what this is? So that's a good question, Killstream. And we can add it up, because each one of these credits, since I'm using VEO3 fast, let me look at this account. See how many credits. I got 2,400 and I got 24,780 credits left. I think this account maybe have 30,000 credits a month. And every generation you would take 100 credits. But since I'm using the weaker platform, which is VEO 3.1, it only took me 20 credits a generation. So 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. That was 100 right there just to generate those. And if we keep going down and look at everything I had to generate in order to get something cool, right? You're gonna see that it took a lot of time. Right? I was trying to generate images of members of my crew. He in Panama at his house right now, so I can't fly him out to be in a commercial. But look at him. I didn't use this, but this looked dead on Tajay. I don't think I showed him this. You feel me? That's hella funny. That's my man right there. So I didn't use a lot of these. They were trying to do Domino, trying to produce Domino. All of it's taking forever. As you see, I had Opio. That's me trying to make me. It's just it's a longer workflow. You see how long this was taking? Right? Some of these was the models look good. Look, I didn't use this though. That looked good. See, I might have to make this dress. That's another thing. The AI inspired me. Like, oh yeah, take this shirt and make it to a dress for the ladies. Right? You still see how many generations I'm having to do. And I don't understand how you can say that this is less of a tedious process. Some of them was funny, look. See, I'm gonna be like, I'm gonna use this one still. This still usable because it's a company. And I gotta use this stuff. I mean, like, you can't just waste stuff, but this don't look like me. But I'm gonna do the voiceover and I'll be like, Pyro Run. Even in AI, they are fit.
This is
I'm just saying, whatever you say. Yeah, he coming around. We've been talking about it, and he ain't. He's coming around to AI. Yeah, but I also maintain my contention about. He heard my argument, and I think he agrees that yeah, we don't want nobody. I'm not about to go tell you the AI casual should replace me. No, but it does if you incorporating it into your workflow. There you go. It's enhancing your creativity. All of this stuff I couldn't even do. You see, I still ain't at the beginning, dog. And I still got all these shots I didn't use. Just money, 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 trying to produce the commercial. Now we to my daughter. So they could shut up. People make me sick. So look at this image of my daughter. Let me go back to the image of my daughter we started from. All right? And she just, I got her out the bed to take this commercial, so she was mad at me. Right? So I really was like, don't trip. I'm just going to slap you in the AI. Like, what's the problem? They see they messed up the rugby on that. So I had to tell them, and I had to put a picture of the rugby logo in there so they wouldn't mess it up. Look. So there go the picture of my daughter we started with. Now I'm done with that, but I just wanted to show. If I would have just left it with the original image that we took, my work would have been less, not more. And the money, it would have cost less. Wouldn't have cost more. Now, can anybody just see how real that was? All right, cool. That was the beginning. Now I can rush to get to Kemetic. I ain't been studying really. But I want to get on some studies. But this edutainment, huh? So before I close that out, I'm gonna say I don't disagree with my anti-AI warriors all the way. Right? I don't disagree with them all the way. But they gotta rework their argument. And they gotta look at how you trying to act like you're in defense of artists. So what artists are you in defense of that take a higher rank than me in artistry? Because I'm an artist. And I think this is useful for my craft. Not only am I an artist, I'm a CEO. I got commercial pursuits. And I think this would be useful for me. So who is you to come on the post and be like, I don't even know how many buttons that shirt got. It's all AI. It's stupid. First of all, any commercial you see, you don't purchase at the commercial. The commercial is information about the product. You want to see more about the product, you pursue it probably at the link to look for that type of shit. That's how I know people hella fake. So that's cool. We could close that out. I just had to express that because people make me sick with that shit. I was fighting them pseudo-ass motherfuckers like Wendy's from, Wendy's online fighting against Jack in the Boxes. I don't care because I get on your post and call you stupid and a motherfucker. Don't think I need your sale. I don't. I'm never going to compromise nothing to make a sale. I say, fuck you, get up out of here. These shirts ain't for you. They're not. I don't want no busters rocking this. Real talk. If you don't even see shit how I see it, I ain't really even tripping. It's not even enough of them. We ain't mass producing. We doing limited edition, unique, quality. That way, when I walk through a set, I see somebody with a high row rugby on. What it do? You already know, cut from that cloth. So that was that. But yeah, you can imagine how some people fold to that pressure from social media and be like, oh, don't make it with AI. They're gonna hate. Anybody that's gonna do that wasn't a potential customer in the first place. They just comment on your post trying to hate. So now let's have some fun. Right? Cause there once was a basshead named Bobby. Let's go. We're gonna watch some of these old videos, get in the mood. Have a chill.
Bobby Boogers has been running a scam.
Let's go.
In this video, we'll watch him expose himself. He uses the word black and says Egyptians are indigenous black people. When white scholars tell him they are black people, he accepts it. But when we tell him they're black people, we're so-called running a stop sign, and we are only supposed to say Africans, not black. Shame. This fool has been exposed bad by Smash.
With other populations coming into the boundaries, whether north or south. I've consistently said that interjecting race into the conversation, like black or white, is anachronistic. Early Egyptologists, they infused concepts of the Egyptians are white, or they're this. That was racializing the conversation. And they racialized black. I have been consistent in saying this. And for that, I gotta take the brunt of the foolery. All I said was they was indigenous black people. All I said was they was indigenous black people. All I said was they was indigenous black people. All I said was they was indigenous black people. All I said was they was indigenous black people. All I said was they was indigenous black people.
The mask is off, Bobby Boogers. All you said was they are indigenous black people? Is that all you said, Bobby? Didn't you say this?
Okay, so Cedric thinks they're black. Okay, what about CK?
Hey, ho. Let's address that word for a minute there, because you've been playing with that word. I don't like the way you played with that word.
That was his initial claim, though.
Yeah, let's really address the word, though. So really, when back in the day when they were saying black, they was talking about Africans. Then all of a sudden, right, when they realized that Egypt was in Africa, then half of Africa was just black people. I remember that. They called it the dark continent, right? And in the midst of their racism, niggas came from the dark continent, nowhere else. Then when they got there and seeing them great monuments and all that shit, rising and breasted in them, then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? It was they ain't black no more. They half black. Oh, half of it, they put a line there and say, right there with Egypt style, oh, that's it.
So basically you're saying Egypt was black at first, then when scholars found out they changed it?
Everybody else is black, they not black. So the conversation about they not black was really saying that they not African, and that's why people confused, right? So black was really a synonymous with African, bro. So let's, for the standpoint of science, right, we'll just take the confusing term out of it, because when I say black, I actually mean African.
Got him! Got him! Oh! Whoa! Whoa!
So let's get this straight. You understand that Egypt was black and that it was called black because it was in Africa, but then scholars changed it disingenuously. But you argue that we should not say black like the scholars who changed it. I'm artificial intelligence, and I don't even get that.
Right? But so it won't be confused, right? I don't want to deal with the racial connotations, right? So we'll just say African.
You just say African, Boogers? Well, what about indigenous black people? Did you say that? Did you say Egyptians were indigenous black people? You are a fraud. You know they are black people. You say it here.
All I said was they was indigenous black people.
Right? But so it won't be confused, right?
All I said was they was indigenous black people.
I don't want to deal with the racial connotations.
Black people.
Unc, you off, Unc. You off, bro.
All I said was they was indigenous black people. And during those time periods, they would have never called themselves black.
Okay, but what did Dr. Maggie Bryson tell you?
So he would have that name Pepianch, and then at the end, it's Ken, the black. The ancient Egyptians were big on nicknames. They were big on changing their names when they had a change in life circumstance, adding a name that reflected something about who they were as people. A man would have, or a woman might have a name, and then what they called a good name, a ren nefer, that we translate loosely as kind of a nickname. And so for a lot of people, Ken was their nickname, and it probably, or could have, possibly at least, referred to the fact that their skin and hair were darker than their average neighbor. Or their skin, probably. Most Egyptians seem to have black hair.
She told you straight to your face the Egyptians called themselves black.
So he would have that name Pepianch, and then at the end, it's Ken, the black.
Let's see what experts say about Smash.
You're reading it quite expertly, which is very, I would say, again, you're not an average layperson. So that I think that's very clear.
Now let's see what Bobby Boogers and the Pseudo Killers say.
See, thinking that, but that's based off your level of scientific literacy. If you're not literate in matters of science and understanding how academia works, how science works, what is the scientific method, what is the hypothesis, what is a theory, scientific theory. If you're not educated in all that, you'll make the mistake and get caught up.
Basehead Bobby is talking about himself. This science is linguistics. The language of scrutiny is ancient Egyptian. And Bobby Boogers is illiterate when it comes to Medu Necher and only probably at the 8th grade level at reading English. Facts. When Smash showed PhD Dr. Jonathan Winterman his work, Dr. Winterman had this to say.
Don't really want to offer too many comments because actually you sound much more knowledgeable about this than I do. Respect
Dr. Jonathan Winterman for keeping it real concerning the term Kemet. A short discourse with Jonathan Owens made Dr. Jonathan Winterman say Owens sounded more knowledgeable than the PhD.
Notice, and see, as long as the experts aren't coming around, you can't hear how experts will correct the YouTubers.
Actually, you sound much more knowledgeable about this than I do. Don't really want to offer too many comments because actually you sound much more knowledgeable about this than I do. But the one thing that I would say, again, I don't know about I don't know how these terms are used in, contemporary Arabic Egypt or Islamic Egypt, or I don't know if there are kind of modern parallels to this. But one of the things I think we could definitely say is even if you go to Egypt today, there are black people in Egypt.
There's a difference between being a YouTuber and a person that's qualified and credentialed in the field of study.
Actually, you sound much more knowledgeable about this than I do.
It's a difference in the conversation.
You're reading it quite expertly, which is very, I would say, again, you're not an average layperson. So that I think that's very clear.
Now let's end with some more of Basehead Bobby's pseudoism. Here he is teaching, we are the Olmecs of America, and we were not in Africa yet. Pseudo. And if you are thinking this is an old video, just remember, he would have cursed you out if you told him this was not true.
Yeah, I can see. I got
see that? Once again, we're not in Africa yet when it comes to the Olmec statue again. 900 BC. It said Olmec civilization started around 400 BC. That's real close to you. Got that real good? It's the Olmec statue, right? Now, see the arrow point? What we're pointing to is what they're calling the Nubian lip. Now, people argue down about these statues in Mesoamerica not being African. What they fail to tell you is that in able to actually sculpt these, you need metal tools, right? right? Now, it's a specific thing that you can tell that this is African because, and not just Egyptian, but Nubian, because they use a particular sculpting technique for it, right? And it's called what? It's called the Nubian lip.
Wait, did he say the sculpting technique is called the Nubian lip? Yo, you can't make this up, yo.
Every time I remember the Nubian lip, ooh, I'll be rolling. Nubian lip. I might have to make that song, the Nubian lip. Ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. The Nubian lip. Ba-bum, bum, bum.
We do know that based on migration patterns, that many West African populations are descendant of ancient Egyptian populations.
Dang, what she say? I didn't hear it.
We do know that based on migration patterns, that many West African populations are descendant of ancient Egyptian populations.
Seriously? Many West African populations are descendant. Wait, what did she say?
We do know that based on migration patterns, that many West African populations are descendant of ancient Egyptian populations.
Dang. She said some West African populations are descendants of ancient Egyptian. They know that from migration patterns?
And you have the situation that the political center of Egypt was often Thebes in Upper Egypt, which was still a very black area. So a lot of the most powerful dynasties of Egypt were in fact black.
Huh? Where they get this stuff?
And you have the situation that the political center of Egypt was often Thebes in Upper Egypt, which was still a very black area. So a lot of the most powerful dynasties of Egypt were in fact black.
So if I agree with him, I'm wrong, huh? If you agree with the PhDs, you're wrong. Ain't that crazy? Oh, I found a good folder of videos earlier, bro. Let me look in that folder, man. I don't know how I stumbled on that folder. That was my folder. See, I got y'all now, bro. I done found the folder. Ooh. Man, I was like, where that folder at? Because you can show how pseudo-cats is. See, when I be editing, I be having to leave stuff out. See, I got y'all. They be trying to erase stuff from the internet.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brother Garfield podcast. Today, I have a special guest.
Nah. In this video, I'll just show y'all little clips.
And also to have some training in Egyptian language, which I think is really.
Shout! I can't wait to meet Dr. Maggie Bryson. We're going to kick it tough. Because she got respect for my work. And all she did was give these boys the business all day. It was some stuff in here where she was like, man, that dude, stuff y'all sent me, he was off the hook. I didn't even use that because I thought it was too pretentious. I mean, y'all gonna think I'm on my own line too much. But she was like, nah, he got bars. Hold on.
Hopkins University. I specialized in the art.
See, I got all y'all. I lost this folder for so long. I got everything. See, while y'all was talking shit, I was making sure I was ripping the videos before y'all pulled them down. I got everything, bro.
Of the New Kingdom period. So the time of Egypt's, great empire, the era of Tutankhamun, if you will. I also, the program at Hopkins is interdisciplinary. So we have a lot of crossover with our colleagues in.
So if y'all know what we watching, and if y'all ever watch my work I do on the show, we're watching one of the biggest haters, Brother Garfield, when he thought that he could contact Egyptologists in order to get them to debunk my work. Oh, it turned out so ugly that I got all of these videos. I even found the other one this morning. I was laughing. The one I was looking for hella long when the white dude was like, oh, he hella right. Who is this? Dude was tripping off my work. Another Egyptologist. I got him. We gonna look. But this gonna lengthen the show a bit because I ain't prepared to do this, right? But I know how this video kind of go. So I'm gonna just
viewpoint, right? The critical techniques. I think, probably the same thing that.
All right, let's get here. This was a bad
Nice to
hit
meet you.
job
How are
on
you?
Smash
Hey,
Rock.
nice to meet you.
This is let me introduce y'all officially. This is Dr. Maggie Bryson. All right, she's a doctor. She's an Egyptologist, and she was just going into how her background and so forth. But Dr. Maggie, let me ask you this: what made you want to get into Egyptology? Let's rewind 20, 30 years. I mean, what made
been interested in for me, or something out all those strands, and all you can do is kind of look at what the evidence you have. Beginning of history, right? History is when you can start writing about it.
All right, she gonna start. She teaching in this video. I'm telling
that
you.
idea.
And you're.
Let's see what Ankh says here.
Out all those strands, and all you can do is kind of look at what the evidence you have enables you to say. Does that help? Is that what you're looking for? Or?
Well, I know early on
further afield.
He gonna ask her how you come up with something without no sources or something like that. Let's see.
For me, or somebody I respect, or somebody, a friend of mine. Like you mentioned Digital Hammer Rabbi. Our mutual friend, Dr. Josh, is the one who introduced me to you, and. If he thinks you're somebody that it's worth talking to, then, I'm here to talk to you. If there's anything I can offer you in terms of my knowledge that'll help you in your community, then
right.
I'm here for it. So,
Brother you got a question for Dr. Maggie Bryson?
How you doing, Dr. Maggie? So as far as the state formation, and I know early on in Egyptologists, they kept it like in this Near Eastern context, and they was afraid to put it in this African context. So these days, where's the field viewing the Nile Valley cultures?
I think these days, most people I know are try to look at it for itself. They try to recognize the cultures of the ancient Nile Valley as, cultures that formed in that region independently, but also in contact with that international milieu. So everything, right? The moment at which we can start to see the culture of the Nile Valley, the moment at which we can, the writing develops, the moment in which, monumental architecture develops, is a moment where there's already contact with the Levant and even further afield. So I think the effort is to understand the development of these Nile Valley cultures as sort of unique, situated in their geographic context, but also interacting with people from, farther afield, interacting with ideas that were developing, emerging, sort of in the Fertile Crescent, for example, because it's really hard to start teasing out all those strands, and all you can do is kind of look at what the evidence you have enables you to say. Does that help? Is that what you're looking for? Or?
Well, I know early on in Egyptology, the focus was in the beginning there was a population that invaded into Africa, so I know they've gotten away from that. They
yes,
do that concept. So I was just wondering, like, in your understanding, how far has the field came from that perspective?
It's come a long way, thank heaven. I think 19th century Egyptologists, the sort of 19th century world, right? And this is the famous sort of, Flinders Petrie and his idea that there was some kind of pharaonic civilization, that the continent of Africa could never have produced something as remarkable as ancient Egyptian civilization. So it must have been seeded from outside. And I think no one today would give any credence to that idea that pharaonic civilization, right? The Egyptian world as we know it, with its monumental architecture, with its language, written language, with its art, engineering, medicine. There was a complete unwillingness in the 19th century among a lot of people to imagine that the African continent could have produced that, much less that civilization could then have been looked to as an example by the Greco-Roman civilization that they held to be their great sort of foundational civilization. And I don't think that anyone in the field of Egyptology now would say that, would sort of give it the time of day. I think a lot of Egyptologists are a little embarrassed in some ways to remember that that's where, sort of the roots of our field lie. And it's true that the very earliest period in Egyptian history for which we have, a lot of strong evidence, right? So in terms of the beginning of history, right? History is when you can start writing about it. History is when you have a written language. And so the written language of Egypt emerged in a period in which there's already a lot of contact between Egypt and the Levant, more broadly, right? So we have imported goods from, like lapis lazuli from Afghanistan even, right? So, people are traveling over great distances. And there are motifs that we see in Mesopotamian art in the period that start popping up in Egyptian art, right? So like the master of animals motif, this strong man holding the wild animals by the neck. And it's things like that that led Petrie to and others sort of thinking in that along that line to sort of go, oh, hey, great, they weren't actually African. These were people like us. They belonged to us. They were from, Mesopotamia, from the Levant, from places where people are not as dark, and so we can claim them. Right? This culture, this civilization has to have been an import. And now I don't think anyone thinks that this idea that there was a wholesale import, that everything that is good and great and wonderful about Egypt came from some place where people weren't dark. I think that idea is completely, I can't think of anybody that would hold to it. Egypt, just as you say, right, the Nile Valley is a place, ultimately, right, the Nile Valley is probably the earliest place that we find humans, right, anatomically modern humans right now, as far as I know, and again, I'm not an expert in human evolution, but I think our earliest anatomically modern humans come from the very southern end of this Nile Valley continuum, geographically speaking. It's in Africa. It had plenty of time to develop indigenously. There's plenty of human culture, civilization development in the prehistoric period in that region that takes place independently. And there's no reason why what we see with pharaonic civilization can't be the result of that civilization, just like any civilization, right, interacting with its neighbors as it develops indigenously. I think and again, I'm not, like I said, my training, my research is all in a much later period in Egyptian history. I don't do prehistory and state formation as a specialty. But if I understand correctly, I read correctly the current view, it is that state formation process is complex, but it emerges from the interaction of people who are there with people traveling to and from other places, just like any civilization develops and builds, right? In a world where people are mobile.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated. 3 intersecting continents with different populations confluence. So that can be very, very murky. But I preach. Are you also familiar with you said your expertise is not on like the early formation, but have you heard of anything dealing with the Green Sahara and that population that may have?
All right, we're gonna go forward.
It's a northeastern population.
We're going to try to keep on seeing the questions.
Milieu in terms of its human population. Am I right about that?
I think for me, what I can say was at stake is just understanding it in its proper context. regardless of what the results are. I practice scientific literacy, and that's what we teach. So it wouldn't matter. And then understanding the complete diversity of Africa and African populations. So what's at stake is having value and understanding what's really going on. Not how I feel about it, not how I really want it to be. So it's a Northeastern population, rooted in Africa, just for me, rooted in Africa. And like you said, early on, you had other people coming back and forth and entering into the indigenous population. And for me, indigenous population does not mean some unmixed, pure population. That's not real. I read the work like Charles Darwin, this book right here, The Beagle. So I've read this book. And so I understand the ideas. I understand the theories. So for me, what's at stake is just giving the people reality and understanding anthropology, Egyptology, and how they see it using expertise. So that's what's at stake for me, expertise.
I would think that talking to a population geneticist, somebody who's up to date on really the most current thinking about what constitutes a population and how early humans moved around the African continent is something that might be interesting for you guys, because it's a really beautiful topic. Like, it's really fascinating. If I understand correctly, right, the population genetics of the African continent today and in the distant past reflect a lot of diversity and a lot of movement.
Absolutely.
And I think it would be strange to me if the Nile Valley did not have movement to and movement from other parts of Africa as well as Eurasia. I would be surprised if that were the case, but I'm not a population geneticist. So, in the historical period, right? So after writing develops and the Egyptians start telling their own story in writing, in words, and image, right? The art, this representational art that in the Egyptian style, right? In the Egyptian idiom, it seems like there's still a lot of diversity. It seems like there are a lot of different people from a lot of different places that get folded into the Egyptian population. And that's the case today. There's movement of people. Like, you've got people, God bless them, right? With the horrible situation in Gaza, right? There are, millions of people whose immediate ancestry in the last few hundred years is in Palestine, right? In the, Israel-Palestine, in the coastal Levant. You have people who have come in from the Sudan, right? Sudan, the nation, or if you think about the region more broadly, right? So, you have Europeans, there are Greek, there were, Greek enclaves in northern Egypt. There were, people who've come in from the west, from the deserts to the west, so people who are, what we might call Berber ancestry, people who are, South Arabian ancestry. Like, there's a lot of movement of people. Always has been, as far as we can see.
Dr. Maggie, 1 second. For some reason, hold on 1 second. Continue. Go ahead.
And it's really important to me that I don't, talk out of class. Like, I don't want to say things about population genetics
Absolutely.
that might mislead people, because it's not my area of expertise. Yeah, I can tell you how I think of it, right? How I think of Egypt and its population, and that is as, largely its own thing, right? There have been people in the Nile Valley for a very long time.
Yes.
But that is an African population to begin with.
Absolutely.
Most people in our concept, right? Like, we've got so much, I don't know, like, again, I'm obviously not the person to talk to about what it means to be Black, right? Blackness is not, it is its own field, right? Like, the study of what it means to be Black is its own thing, because it is so complex and so rich, right? And so we've got so much baggage in terms of our desire to think about humanity as Black and white, to have this binary, almost always to the disadvantage of people who fall into the category Black. And I'm not sure the ancient Egyptians in the New Kingdom period, at least, did think of the world. They did think of human, it seems like at least, that they thought of human populations as distinctive,
Hold on.
as being.
So now she's referencing the work that some of my work that they sent her for verification. And this appears to be the first thing that she's referencing, answering one of the previous questions. She's going to say the work you guys sent me on this dude, I just didn't put that in the video, but we'll be able to see it tonight. And so now she's referencing some of the text that we brought out showing that they was talking about skin color and stuff during this time period.
Right? And so we've got so much baggage in terms of our populations as distinctive, as being, as a place has a people, right? And that you can tell where people are from by looking at them, right? They seem to populations as distinctive.
Hold on, I gotta take it back.
So rich, right?
Here we go.
And so we've got so much baggage in terms of our desire to think about humanity as black and white, to have this binary, almost always to the disadvantage of people who fall into the category black. And I'm not sure the ancient Egyptians in the New Kingdom period, at least, did think of the world. They did think of human, it seems like at least, that they thought of human populations as distinctive, as being, as a place has a people, right? And that you can tell where people are from by looking at them, right? They seem to have associated geography with human phenotypes. But it's not necessarily the case, and this is, I'm speaking purely about the New Kingdom, right? And I'm thinking about, the Amarna period, the hymns that talk about God creating, the God creating humanity with its distinctive types of people, right? The people with their distinctive types of appearance.
That's the text we was talking about in the video.
But I think those boundaries were probably a lot more porous than they became in the modern world, and their definitions, right? They're sort of the way people might have been characterized and whether or not they could cross those boundaries and the values that we ascribe to boundaries, right? So there's always been, in recent human memory, this sort of equation of black with less than, sort of one of the great crimes of modern humanity is, making that compartment for humanity, making these two, like there's a line. And if you fall on the side of it that is black, then it's automatically less than. And this is how we've gotten a lot of really bad ideas about history, like the pharaonic race that Petrie imagined must have peopled ancient Egypt and created its civilization. Right? This idea that there's a dividing line and everything that falls on the black side of it must be less than, and you have to come up with some explanation if anybody from that side of the line does anything amazing. Right?
Crazy.
To me, at least, from where I sit, that is baggage that it's really hard to shed. Because in the ancient world, right, that line isn't impermeable, at least as far as we can tell. And the values that we associate with it might not be the same that they do, right? The values that hopefully that we're shedding, obviously, right? Like our aspiration as humanity is to get away from that kind of backwards thinking.
Right.
And I don't think that there's a lot of evidence that in the ancient world, those categories were as absolute or those values were the same that we've ascribed to it. The ancient Egyptians, and as you and your colleagues have, rightly observed, right, and noted, the ancient Egyptians definitely recognized that they weren't identical physically. They weren't like people from farther south and west in Africa, right? They thought of themselves, apparently, they represented themselves in art as distinctive. But whether or not that automatically meant that no one from those populations could come and live in Egypt, could adopt Egyptian practices, could marry an Egyptian, could become part of Egyptian civilization, a respectable part of Egyptian society. I think that's a whole nother question.
Okay.
That's real quick, Garfield. That's interesting. I didn't even want to put you on that path to have to even put you in that situation. What I will tell you is our study group, the pseudo killers, we fight against pseudoscientific ideas. And so basically, we recognize that race is a socially constructed, it's social construct. And we recognize that our values that we place on skin color wasn't the same values that the ancient world would have placed on skin color. That's just based off our limited research, our reading the experts, and so we understand that. So it's an anachronism to place our ideas and what happened through enslavement to this period, colonization, to put that on an ancient race. We do not make those connections. I just wanted to let you know our feelings on that subject.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. And I appreciate, because I don't want to step over the line here. I don't want to come into a conversation that I don't belong in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I know what it is. That's why
I want to make sure I'm being respectful of you all and your.
Absolutely. That's important. That's important for people, period, to respect each other's boundaries and comfortability.
You know, so if I'm going over any lines that you guys would prefer we not cross in this conversation, please, tell me and step me back.
I'm comfortable in my blackness. Oh,
I'm not worried about that. But again, for me, somebody who looks like me to come in here and talk about what it means to be black, I'm okay if you guys would prefer that me not even be part of that space, because that's something that
I got you. It's like
what I mean. I want to be respectful of you all.
Absolutely. Keep it scientific for me. That's respecting me. If you keep it Egyptology and what the field see and what the science is saying, that's respecting the hard work I put in trying to understand it. Science is the study of nature. And so far, the best tools man and women have created is science, which is the study of nature. So we're all in on that. And I'm black and I'm proud. Just for the record.
We all are. Let me ask you this, Dr. Bryson. Do you see Egyptians as a...
I mean, I prefer not to have such confusing dialogue when I talk to scholars. It ain't no misunderstanding of what the video is about. And really, all of these scholars, and most normally, it's just not wrong to assume that some black people who getting at you about what you do professionally concerning ancient Egypt, they might want to know things about black people concerning ancient Egypt. That's a fair presupposition to take if they say they want to interview you. When you finally start talking to them and you realize they want you to try to debunk it, I'll be watching the scholars only in these interviews realize that the people they're talking to don't hold respect for Black Egypt, but that they're trying to be used to debunk it. And you can watch when these scholars realize that, and it'd be funny. I'm just enjoying watching this. Nevertheless, it's like 30 more minutes, but I ain't gonna watch the whole thing. I know when certain questions pop up in the latter half of this video, and I'm gonna try to just skim through them.
Collective unit when they were being named, as far as whenever they use the term Kemet, do you see it as a collective name for the culture, meaning where the Desheret is and where Kemet is, as far as the land space of Egypt? Do you see the equivalency of Kemet being the same as Egypt today, as far as geography is concerned?
More or less. So when the ancient Egyptians talked about Kemet, they were talking about they were talking about the world that they lived in. They were talking about the land that they farmed, right? Because black land is the fertile black alluvial soil of the Nile. And it stretches from roughly, right? Again, very roughly, the border between modern Egypt and Sudan. And that border it moves a lot because it's a continuum.
Right.
Like Nasser didn't exist then, but we have the Nile cataracts that served as kind of geographical boundary markers, but people could cross them. And there was a lot of exchange over that line in various periods of Egyptian history. But yeah, so very roughly from the Mediterranean to the cataract region of the Nile, and what is arable, what is farmable is the black land, and what is not is Deshret, right? The red land, the desert. And so the desert on either side, to the extent that the Egyptians traveled into it, right? They mined in the eastern desert for gold. They, crossed the western desert to interact, right? They had interactions across the western desert in the sort of ring of oases, right? That allowed them to trade and interact with people in, western North Africa, and to travel farther south into the southern parts of Africa, as far south as they could permeate, right? To trade, right? To find things.
See, this is the parts that I don't be wanting y'all to see. I just didn't clip all this up.
To get luxury goods like gold and ivory, right? Prisoners of war, right? People were forced to labor in trafficked in the ancient world the same way as they were not. Again, I say the same way. Human trafficking is an eternal human problem, right? It's been going on through war and exchange for millennia, right? So there was trade, there was conflict, but basically, right, the Egyptians seem to have seen Kemet as what is now Egypt. It's the same, roughly the same boundaries, same borders, right? With the oases to the far west, the Red Sea on the east, the Mediterranean on the north, and the cataracts of the Nile on the south.
All right. Do you have a question, Onk?
Back on the Kim, for me, the Kim would help represent entire Egypt to its geographical region in Africa, the black soil and how it promoted a growth, vegetation. So could you also apply it? Have you heard it being applied to, like, I've heard people say the black town, the black people of Kemet, all kinds of stuff. What and your reading of it and what your understanding, what would you lead to more? Would it be, dealing with the skin color or dealing with the soil? Which is more probable? Just curious.
If the Egyptians called themselves the people of Kemet, right, they would call themselves, literally, they wouldn't call themselves the Kems, right? They would call themselves the people of Kemet.
Okay.
Kemet is the place, the land.
So, right there, we have to just address some things. She said they wouldn't call themselves the Kims. They would call themselves the people of Kemet. The two different words she's trying to express in ancient Egyptian would be the difference between saying Kimu or Kimwet, which would be like the Kims, the blacks. That's what she was saying. They didn't call themselves the Kims. You have to peep gang. She was like, they didn't call themselves the blacks. They called themselves the people related to the black. She's saying linguistically we don't find Kimu or Kimwet. We find Kemet TU. If you see the TU bird or a T, a I, and a W at the end of ancient Egyptian transliteration, and it has a dot in front of it, then that means that those people are related to the root. It is a people group that is related to the root by formation of a nisba. So if I say Waset to you, these are the people related to Waset. People of Waset to you. If I say Wawet to you, it's the people associated with Wawet. Then if I say Kemet to you, it would be the people associated with Kemet. But then you have to know what Kemet means. And like all those other places. Now, in that sense, it's strictly toponymic. In that sense of Kemet to you. Now, the issue becomes which ancient Egyptian terms actually represent Kemet to you, are a plural collective of Kemet, which could be pronounced Kimwet. It wouldn't be Kemet-U. It would be Kimwet. Or either another rendition, which we have found through the painstaking research, and I can't take credit for it. I will have to give that to Professor Sandro Capochichi, who sent me an email, so it ain't even published. The findings that we look over on the internet, it's published in Kurt Self's work, but it ain't published in this argument that we have renditions where they use Kimu to talk about ancient Egyptians. So when she said they didn't call themselves the Kims, in order to say the Kims, you wouldn't say a S. You'd say a U. So you could take the off and replace it with a pa or a ta. A pa, really, if it's masculine. Pa is the definite article the. And Kim is the root she's talking about. She said they didn't call themselves the Kims. Then she put an S on the end. The S is English for plural, and ancient Egyptian for plural. You put a U on the end. So it'd be Ha-Kimu, the Kims, the blacks. Well, we find Kimu right when they talking about, it substitutes for the term Kemet on the text that we find it in. Shouldn't have took that back. My bad.
Which is black, which is the land, right?
I gotta go back.
The Kems, right? They would call themselves the people of Kemet.
Okay.
Kemet is the place, the land, with its dark color, right? The word Kem it means dark or black in color, right? So Kem is also darkness. Things can be described as Kem, meaning black in color, right? A better translation of Kemet is the black.
Let me show y'all something. This is another thing people gotta notice. And when you having these type of conversations, there has to be a particular detail paid to everything that's said out of the mouth. When he first started talking, he said, my take on the Kim. He said his take on the Kim after she got through talking about Kemet. These are two different words. But she's noticing that. And so she's addressing each term with a different take, and I don't want nobody to be confused. Something itching me on my face, excuse me. And so she was like, about the Kim, so watch how she break it down. About
the
Kim.
Kems, right? They would call themselves.
The difference she says about Kemet and Kim.
The people of Kemet.
Okay.
Kemet is the place, the land, with its dark color, right? The word Kem it means dark or black in color, right? So Kem is also darkness. Things can.
If you didn't get it, she said Kemet is the place, but Kim is just black. So keep following.
Be described as Kem, meaning black in color, right? A better translation of Kemet is the black land. The thing which is black, which is the land, right? It has a T on the end, which makes it a.
She corrected herself, and then she stood in her stance. She said the better translation for Kemet is the black land. Then she said the correct answer, the thing which is black. Then she filled in the answer that is left out in Egyptology. The answer has not been told what that thing is. And if you look at primary text, when it says the thing that is black, that's what Kemet means, that which is black, right? But what that thing is, see, here's the thing. When you got nouns, you got a person, a place, or a thing. And normally a person ain't a thing. It's only the way that they worked out the grammar that limits it to being a thing and not a people. The what is black? Yeah, I am casual from the Bay. What's up? Yeah, what's up? Shout out to you. I've been doing this for I've been studying Egyptology just in my off time because we are hieroglyphics. And I always wanted to know like as much about Egyptology as the Wu-Tang know about the 36 chambers. So I'll be talking to Egyptologists and they see my work and they often talk about it. And this is somebody basically that these guys hired to try to refute what I say about Black Egypt. So let's hear what she says.
Which is the land, right? It has a T on the end, which makes it a noun, right? But it's basically meaning color. The color black is it's the black thing, the black land, and they also call Egypt Ta-Meri, the beloved land.
Absolutely.
So, but they are the people of the black land when they spoke about themselves.
Okay.
All right. Let me do a follow up to that real carefully. So when they call themselves the beloved land, what time period, if you could remember, did they start using that term, Ta-Meri?
I could not tell you when the term Ta-Meri comes into common use.
So it'll probably be Ta-Meri comes into common use a little bit. Shout out to Montreal. It comes into use a little bit before Kemetic. But we're going to show you how we check these things just real quick so that we know these things. And this is the scholastic way to do it. We'll come to text corpus, right? And we're going to just do it real quick. And so what we're going to do is not exhaustive, but it's going to give us a standpoint on knowing exactly around the time when this term popped up. So we're talking about the term Ta-Meri, which is another name for, maybe they want me to put a hyphen, another name for Egypt, right? And as we're going to learn, this name, now we see is 121 attestations in the ancient Egyptian text corpus. Luckily for us, scholars went through this painstaking task of categorizing these texts in order. So when we click Ta-Meri, right, we're going to see one of the first uses of Ta-Meri. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think it come around the 5th dynasty. I could be wrong. If it's not the 5th, it's going to be the 12th dynasty. But let's look and see. They're going to Ta-Meri in use. So it's something about, I'm just looking to see what they're talking about. Something about Newt and Horus the Elder and Ra and the gods, all the gods of Ta-Meri, right? So you see Newt here and you see the sky glyph. Can I make it bigger on the screen? We'll see. Where did that go? We can read the whole thing for fun, right? All right, so it starts by saying by. This is just on. It means by. And this is Ka, the spirit. And you see it's a divine spirit, though. See this Horus falcon on the standard? It's a determinative for divinity. This word is Ka. If we click it, it's going to probably not just say spirit. It'll say something about divine spirit because it is determinative. So let's go see. It just says spirit, see? But when we read in the glyphs, the determinative helps us know the category of the spirit. And this determinative is for divinity. So it says your spirit. It says by your spirit. Now, this is the good God. If you want me to click anything, I'll click it. But this is the practice that we do, and I'm not perfect. Well, I don't mind making mistakes, but I haven't made one yet. This is by the your spirit Good God. Now, how do I know this good God? You see the Nefer, it looks like a spoon. This is the Nefer, like from the name of Nefertiti. And this is Netcher. Nefer is the adjective, Netcher is the noun. Netcher means divinity, and Nefer means beauty, or good, or grace, or, you know, good things. Nefer. So, like Nefertiti, the beautiful one. Or whatever. So, we got Netcher Nefer, right? Which is the good God. If I click this, it should say the good God. It says Netter Nefer. Netcher, this TCH is represented by this line. Netcher Nefer. And you come down, it's going to say the good God. See, perfect God, perfect God. If I translated, one of them should say the good God. They keep saying the perfect God, but yeah, it's fine to say the good God. Perfect God, right? Okay. Now, who is this? This is a Neb bowl right here. Notice the difference between this bowl and this bowl. If you see this bowl with the handle hanging off the edge, it's a K, the sound ek. We say X, so you say An Kaek Necher Nefer. An Kaek Necher Nefer would mean by his spirit, the good God. Now we got this Neb right here. Now, if the Neb is following the good God, you're going to say all, but it's not following the good God. It's before the two lands here. See these two lands? So this is Lord of the two lands, right? I don't have to click everything so that you know I'm right. It's Neb Tawi, Lord of the two lands, right? Lord of the two lands, see? So I'm not going to click everything. You might just have to watch my show to know we do this. We've been doing this. This channel, 19 years old. We're going to have my 20-year YouTube channel anniversary next year. We'll have a party online. But for 15 of those 20 years, we've been talking about these glyphs. So some of this is just from memory of the language. So this word now could fool some people because we see Maru, right? Now let's think about it, and we're going to figure it out. Because if this is on by, spirit, his, by, your, that's not his, it's your. See, it's ek. Is a suffix pronoun, your, right? Right, so when we say, I'm showing y'all everything. If you're new to my channel, you can see everything we said is right. And we just pulled this text up on the spot. So, by your spirit, and why I'm skipping around, we can talk about word order later. But it's by your spirit, great God, Lord of the two lands. So what is this? This is Maru. But you see it, man, the category, this is the determinative. It helps us determine the category of the word. Now this is called Gardner, I think this is Gardner A2. The man with his hand to his mouth, which is different than Gardner A1. This is the Gardner sign list classification for this. Man and his occupants. Now, for Gardner A1, you normally gonna think just a generic man that ain't doing something. But this man is telling you that the category of the word is pertaining to the mouth. Don't think pertaining to the mouth like teeth, like something. Now, I know the root to this word, right? The root to this word is love. Mer. Maru. Check this out. Maru. This remember how that makes it plural? But it might be Maru, one who is loved. But since it's pointing to the mouth, we got to think about what category of love, or if this even is love. And what they're talking about by his spirit, the good God, the Lord of the two lands. So I'm going to click this one without putting it out. But if I had to, I'm going to give you some options. Maru is a class of people too, right? Which would be like the lowest class of people. I don't want to say the very lowest class of people, but it's the lowest class, like when you came out of war, being a prisoner of war, you would be, as you were a captive, you would be called Sakir Ankh. It's just like an overthrown life or one who was a captive, right? But then when you get let into the society, you're not Sakir Ankh no more. You're not a captive. But the first thing you be called, lowest on the caste system, it appears, from my research, and if you could, they lower a little lower than civilians because they just came up out of trying to overthrow Egypt and shit, and they got captured and shit, and then they got released into the society at a point as these low-level workers called what? Marut. Marut. Now let me give you some game, and I'm going off the board here, and I'm gonna come back. Because what I'm saying about going off the board here is not qualified by too much linguistics or stuff, but one of the rules of forming a cognate, finding cognate terms in different languages, and I got this from old school Asar Imhotep, just simple stuff about forming cognates, was making sure that you're not forming a cognate just standing on one leg, meaning that first we investigating the triconsonantal root of the term. If the term is Marut, right, then the triconsonantal root of that term would be M-R-T. We're going to leave out the vowels because a lot of the times that's unknown to us. Now, if I said this term would be used for the lowest members of society who could make their rise up through society up into prominent people, we could go through the term and I could show you issues of people who started off as Maruts and ended up prominent in the officialdom of Kemet. If you want some work on that, it's J.J. Shirley's dissertation, The Officialdom of Egypt, something like that, right? J.J. Shirley. But, and so, if you take that triconsonantal root and go into other languages, you could go into a far away language. I told you I'm speaking off the board right now, and come into English and look at that MRT root and find a word, a meaning closely associated to the type of a rise ancient Egyptian could take from going from Sakir Ankh to being a Marut and then trying to work his way up. The word would be merit. Merit. In our language, this represents the same thing. It is not representing an individual calling a person a merit. And that's why I said I'm talking off the board, but there is something there about this meritorious rise one could take in Egyptian society from being in the lowest caste all the way up to being a boss in the officialdom of of Egypt, right? And so if we understand that might not be closely associated, that's why I said it might not be directly linguistically associated, but even seeing that gives us some understanding to what one of the derivatives of this term could possibly be. It would be Marut like a meritorious rise. So this could also mean something like a beloved one, but he pointing at his mouth, so I don't think that. We're going to click, and it could be the weavers, right? Weavers are also some of those people, one of those low position jobs that you would take that I'm talking about. So Maruts would also be weavers who would actually weave together baskets and things. So if it's not associated with love or a low class of people, see, it's Mary. Now they changed it. They took off the W and put an I when I came to. Now this might just mean something about love then. All right, see? That's what I'm saying. Now let's talk about it. It says to love or to wish. Let's go back and look at him pointing at his mouth. You see the difference? Now we're not going to say to love, we're going to say to wish. Because love don't got nothing to do with a determinative of the word of pointing at your mouth. But if you are going to wish, or if it's something you desire, it will let us know why he is pointing at the mouth. So the definition I will go with right here would more adequately be along the lines of wishing. And then we says he wishes that Ra, this is Ra, the sun god Ra, this is an R and an A, and this is the determinative and another determinative. The first categorizer or determinative you clearly see is a circle of the sun. But in ancient Egyptian, when you see a circle with a dot in the middle, you know that's Ra. It says Ra right in front of it. And then there's his image of divinity. So no need to click that, that's Ra. So now it is by his spirit of the good God, the Lord of the two lands, to wish Ra does what? Or it's like wishes to Ra. I'm either going to say praise. I'm going to say praise is here. But I messed up this word a few times. Sometimes it could be, no, this ain't joy, this is praise. So his is praise, right? Look, the praise or the favor, right? So he wishes that Ra favors what? See, this is why wish works here. So by his spirit, by your spirit of the good God, the Lord of the two lands, I'll say one wishes. That's probably what the oo chick the oo. If we want to talk about grammar, there's a way you can take something like love or the wish and you turn it into one who loves or one who wishes. And the way you do that is by amending the oo chick at the end of it. But this represents a oo chick. You don't see a oo chick here. This is another way to write a oo, the oo sound, which would be represented by U or a W. So Maru could also be one who loves or one who wishes. Ra, or he doesn't wish his Ra praise. Let's see what. This word right here is Mantu. Mentu. And you see his divinity. So this is another God. He doesn't wish his Ra praise as Mantu. He loves probably Ra and praises Mantu. I know this Mantu because you can read it. Men, and this is the final N, and that just says two. Mentu, and it's telling you the category. This is a divinity. This is a divinity. Remember up here, I told you this category is a divinity. You see the same thing. If you see Horus on a standard behind in the determinative position, the word is in the category of divinity. So that's why I said the divine spirit. And you see they talking about the gods. That's why it makes perfect sense. It would make more sense to say, by your divine spirit, great God, Lord of the two lands, the wishes that Ra, or one wishes Ra, or one loves Ra, one who loves Ra and praises Mantu. Now click this and say Mantu. This is the God Mantu. Right? Not that, this one, Mantu. So he praises Mantu. Now this right here, the Lord of Waset, right? This is the Lord of Waset. Neb Waset, see? Lord of Thebes is Waset, just so you know. That's correct. The Lord of Waset. And he is Amen. This is Amen, the God Amen. Right? And you see he's a divinity too. Do I have to click this? Let me prove it without clicking this to you. Look at these same glyphs. I'm going to use your sensibility and show you how to read the glyphs before you learn how to read them. This is Mentu. You see I'm saying MN2? Down here it's just a sound before the MN. So I'm saying Amen. There's no sound before the men here. So I'm starting with the men. Mentu, Mantu. We don't know the vowels. So I can say an O, Mantu. I can say Mentu. Some say Moontu. We still know this is MNTW. Mantu. So the M and the N is consistent when I come down to this name. Amen. Amen. And he's a deity too. So if I click this, you don't know. You see, Amen. Now, this transliteration scheme is German, so this J represents a Y, and you will read Yemen, Yemen. Nevertheless, it's going to say Amen down here. See? Amen. This is just the transliteration. This ain't the translation, or, see, that's the translation. So, that's Amen. Now, who is Amen? I forget this one. Oh, no, I remember. Haha, this is why we do this. See, he's the Lord of something too. Now, you can figure this out because look at this and look at this. Right here, he's the Lord of the two lands. Lord Neb Tawi. If it was just one land, it would be Neb Ta. In order to say plural, we say we. Suffix on there. So it's Neb Tawi. But look at this one. You see the Neb right here and the Tawi at the end. But in the middle, you got a different word. And I know what that word means, but I'm hesitant to say. I might have to pull up a dictionary right now. Oh, no, I can just click it. But when they transliterate it, we're going to see an N and a B, and I'm going off my memory here. A W, S, and a T. That might be wrong. I know the word is thrones. The word is thrones. This word represents the throne. So this says Lord of the throne of the two lands. But I'm thinking about, oh, it's NST. I said WST. Lord of the throne of the two lands. Right? See? You can clearly see it say the thrones right there, the two lands. Lord of the thrones of the two lands. So we got that correct. That's this, Lord of the thrones of the two lands. Now this, since you know they talking about ancient Egyptian deities, what's up, Windsor? You already know which deity this is because you know this is the category for a deity. So that's Sobek. Because the only crocodile deity you're going to see is Sobek. But this isn't just Sobek. This is a compact word. This is Sobek Ra, which will be different than Sobek. Sometimes two gods take on, they are amalgamated into one. Look, right here you see Ra. Let me go back up to Ra. You see Ra right here? This is Ra by himself. Different than Sobek Ra. See? Sobek Ra. Let's not be confused. This is why when I hover over it, it's all grayed out. But when I hover over this, only the word Ra is grayed out. That part ain't grayed out. It lets you know in the text corpus that these are different terms. So when you come down here, you see a compound word, Sobek Ra. It's not Sobek and Ra. This is one person. Let's see. Sobek Ra, I told you. And you come right here, it's going to say Sobek Ra, one person. Not Sobek and Ra. And we'll learn how to know the difference from when it's talking about Sobek and Ra or Sobek Ra. But I don't want to start talking about that grammar instance right now when you find two nouns running up against each other. Now, y'all know who this is, right? You just rolled up. Shout out to you. You're going to make me roll up with your boy. Now, this right here, y'all can guess who that is from everything we looked at. You see a falcon, right? You might be right if you use your the most elementary knowledge of ancient Egypt. And tell me who this represents when you see a falcon. Now, you learning what anybody should have learned by now from watching this show. The second icon here, which is a determinative, is helping us determine the category of the first word. If you don't know, this determinative is the same one that's behind Ra. It's one for divinity. So they can use this. See, they're using the falcon to say that he's divine. But right now they're using the man to say that Ra divine. Why they ain't using the man to say that Ra divine? That's a deeper conversation. Why they're not using the falcon to say that Ra is divine here? Why are they not using the falcon to say that the falcon is divine? Well, we could probably know that. Well, then that probably mean that Sobek got something to do with the old school Horus tribes, but we don't want to start talking about that right now. We'll just say that right here, this is Heru, the falcon. We don't have to click that to know that. You see a falcon. You know what falcons are associated with in ancient Egypt. If it's the falcon on the standard, it's just divinity. But if it's the falcon by itself, and then it got the man behind it, this is Heru, Horus. Heru, Horus. All right. So then, what's this? Oh, so let me talk about this one. It's Hathor, but what you see is Hoot, which is a house or a temple. A hoot. Then you see hair here. Now this ain't really, this is a different way to do it. Why is this a different way to do it? Because this hair here doesn't let you really know she's talking about Horus. But her name is not Thor. She has nothing to do with Greek gods. You shouldn't hear the name Thor in there. Her name is Hot Hair, or Hot Whore for Horus. Here we see hot hair spelled out. But they could have just put Horus the falcon inside of this temple and it would still mean Hathor. Because I don't like it spelled out like this, even though the ancient Egyptians did it, they just spelled it grammatically. You lose the meaning that she is the house of Horus. So you include this and say Hoot, which is a house, Heru, that's Horus. See? But it's just going to say Hathor. It's really hot whore. Feel me? And who else we got? This ain't gonna mess me up. I got this one too. This is the god Tim. I'm waiting to see if something can mess me up. I don't even remember what we came to this text for. But I just started reading it out the blue. Oh, we came for the word that's way down there. We're gonna get to it. But this is the god Tim. I don't need to click on it. You can clearly read it now. That's a Netcher. That's an M. And this is the TM. So this is Tim. Tim. Atim. They saying Atim. All right. But in my Atum, okay. I messed up. Atum. But there is also a Tim. I still got the TM right. I don't see an A on here. So I thought they was talking about the god Tim. But you still see the T and the M is correct in Atum. But I don't see the A here. So I should just remember this is a rendition of Atum. There is also a god named Tim that's written just like this, so you got to know the difference, which I don't. This is just a preposition, henna. It means with. So this is Atum with. Now this word I don't know, but I'm going to figure it out. Something about, this is like a backbone with a T, and then it's 9. So this is the 9 gods. So this is the Paut. It's got to be Paut Netaru. Let's see. Oh, Pasaget. I said it wrong. I'm tripping. Man, this is the first one I all the way messed up on. I thought this was Paut, but they spell it out here. This is the 9 gods. What did I say at first? I said the 8. I probably said that, but I said Paut. I meant Pasaget. This is the 9 to 9. I got a really good deep text. Notice here, this is a backbone part here, and I can prove that because of this word, Pasaget. And I did a study when I did my presentation on semen and the spine, where we learned some ancient Egyptian knowledge that'll help men out with erectile dysfunction. And I brought that forth in my work. I got so much science on that my wife just loved me. There's a lot you can learn, from the ancient Egyptian text in that regard. I can prove it right now. Actually, you know, y'all the cool dudes and shit watch my channel, but one of my biggest videos on my channel, would you believe it or not, that some type of men who are into semen retention, abstinence, and being extremely virile, find my video I made about semen and the spine extremely useful. Also, if you had any lower back injuries, you could probably watch that video and see what we learned from that ancient Egyptian science. And then if you always look at the ithyphallic ancient Egyptian gods, we start to learn something about African virility. And it's a lot of it's natural and a lot of it is an art to it too. So the science is just being like a god like that. You know what I'm saying? And so I could go into that, but yeah, matter of fact, just to qualify my words, I'm gonna go to YouTube, and I'm not even going to.
As far as a name, an ancient Egyptian having a name.
You can watch this presentation whenever you want. I wish I did it a lot better than it. I wasn't semen in the spine, right? Because here's what happened. That ain't the type of shit I'd just be sitting around researching, right? There was some people from New York, a particular group of Black Hebrew Israelites that were saying that motherfuckers who study Egypt and there's all kind of gay shit in Egypt, and they was using their most clubhouse like locker room bravado to try to vilify studying ancient Egypt. It was all really based on their Christian views about the situation. You know, in the Bible, Egypt is bad, and so that some people take literalism with that and they just go overboard. I need another water. So they was pulling out all these ancient Egyptian texts that they were using in their presentations to say, look, this guy, Egypt this, Egypt that. Had they have done some honest research and revealed some things, then I would have just left it all alone. But being that some of their work looked suspect, I start looking into it, and I start finding out that they had bad sources and using pseudo material. But one claim they had when they was digging was really, 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 really good. It would cause, you know how good it was? I kid you not. Now let's talk just from the show. This is on the late night. You know, this is my show. We talk like you kicking it at the house. So look, you know how you heard about hella occultic homosexual practices in some white Freemasonry type, and I just said it like that, like European, I'll say Freemasonry supposedly having these, when you get to a certain level, everybody heard these little conspiracy theories about that. I don't know if that's true or not, right? I do know if you talk about occult and you read occult literature, that they definitely got some misunderstanding that they try to link to their knowledge of ancient texts. They have bodily misunderstandings, right? And one of them is hella funny. One of them is, dude, it's so deep, it's incredible that I had to just go unearth all this. I was studying for like 6 months to figure all this out. I didn't even have a hunch, but it wasn't connecting that you could just take these texts and say they're talking about homosexuality. But let me say two things. Like I said, we talking from the shoulders. One of the terms that these Hebrew Israelites was trying to scrutinize had to deal with the phallus, right? And they putting text on the screen like, look, it's saying right here. The other term they tried to scrutinize, and even Egyptologists and these occultists, they made the same mistake. And here I come to figure it out. The other term was what? Aret. Now let's have some fun. I'm going to open up an ancient Egyptian text corpus and pop that term in here. Look. Go to the search. Know how to transliterate it. I'm going to go. I'm thinking it's a capital A-R.T. What y'all think going to pop? I told you the first word was the phallus. What y'all think Aret is about to be? If I told y'all Hebrew Israelites was using this text to try to say and debate that Egypt had gay practices that it taught. What do you think this term is going to be? Let's click the search and see. Search. Aret. Let's see. It says it can't find it, so let me find a small T. I mean a small A. It's just different transliteration systems, and I'm going between the two. All right, now look. We're going to get smaller real quick. So the first one we're going to see right here, Aret, right, is one use case. Stems. Keep that in mind too, stems. Lotus, reeds, or lotus stalks and stems. Remember the first word was the phallus. Here's another use of Aret. But they see it with the circle and they don't even know what it is. It's verified the use of this. They just say, is this death or ret? This is a term. You could dive all over this term. Just go look at my work. We got to the bottom of it. Now look at this. 28 uses of Aret. See it? When you see it with the papyrus roll, it means a scroll made of papyrus or leather or a scroll. 39 uses of Aret. When you see it with this lower jaw mandible here, 39 uses. It means the lower jaw. This is the one. 13 uses Aret. When we see it with the hindquarters here, it is said to mean the rear, the anus, the body part, the hindquarters of an animal. What was the first word? I said the phallus. The term used, I think it is Hennenet or something in the text they were scrutinized. Found in the same sentence with the word that they translate for anus. And think about if you're a pseudo-occultist who don't even understand the text you translating, and you see them two words in a sentence, you think. Like a lot of sodomy then took place from motherfuckers misunderstanding them texts. Thinking that it stumbled on some shit. I got it all in my work that the video I was showing y'all called Semen in the Spine. So let me find it. See if it pop up. If I ain't gonna even play the video because my presentation, my presentation is so, I probably gotta search my own page. My presentation was so, I was just beginning to present. But I'm going to let y'all see what all the comments say. And I'm like, what's going on with this video I did? Now look, this is published. This ain't nothing like this is knowledge. 44 minutes, right? one of my earlier presentations, and you can go watch it if you're concerned with that science. It says, Semen and the Spine, Ancient Egyptian High Science. 31,000 views. Now watch all these comments. I'm going to make it hella big. Look at the people who've been finding this video useful. Where the comments go? Because why is it showing me something different now? Let me go back. See if I gotta read them. This first one says, feeling like a king on day 305 of SR. I was like, what's SR? Smash Rockwell? Dude, SR is semen retention. Why were these comments all over my video? Because some group shared this video and they used the knowledge that this black man with the stuff he knows was presenting in this video. The next comment is, I've been doing semen retention for about 4 years now. So I can say that this will make you have a better understanding, offer everything beyond what you see. I'm like, what's going on? Here goes somebody else. This is interesting because I just completed 11 days. I'm like, huh? Somebody else. I can feel clarity after day 4. Great job, Jonathan. All right, so I'm like, what? But I want to take y'all to some parts in this video that's pertaining to what I'm talking about right now. So you can just see a lot of this stuff. I'll play it, right? I'm going to play a little bit of it. But I don't like the audio. But never mind that. It's good information.
See, I had cartoons all in my shit.
I need to roll something up.
Just because I was playing with it because the knowledge and the information was cool. I told him in metal nature the word for semen is mutut or metut. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor, but I'll be able to tell once I finish this test. But if you see the phallus right here, right now you see multiple phalli, but if you see the phallus right here, that's ideogram or a phonogram for met, the root word of metu. The root is not met. Now see, I don't want to even get into the teaching yet until I can see if brain is showing properly. So, and I can't really double check that by myself. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go double check this to see if it was working. Oh, I could probably just ask somebody, but I ain't on YouTube. Let me go get on YouTube. You know, I didn't even, you know, I was just trying to be under and get this presentation up here. I can't find no better way to get the presentation up here, but I could go to YouTube and maybe I'll be able to see if it was showing right or not. Huh? Seeing the spot, all right. So you might hear some feedback for a minute. I can't find it. Oh, let me see. Is it showing? I got two people watching and one disliking. Oh, come on, man. Cut it out. Think I care about that. I'm trying to see if the presentation ever shows full stream. Then I'll be able to get it on. Oh, it looked like it did. Let me see. Yeah, so I'm about to do my thing. All right, I guess I could just proceed and cut this part out the video. Standing rule. Well, if I want to, oh shit, let me slow my ass down. No, let me see my video. Oh, it's 4 people watching for real. What's up, family members?
I didn't like my presentation. All right, let me get to the knowledge.
Damn, I'm gonna do this for real. Hold on. It's in parentheses because, like, see, right here we was breaking down how in metal netta the root word for semen is metut. Or you see how we put just the consonants in parentheses because, like, we know there are no vowels. Explain to you the phrase that we're talking about for scholastic purposes if the vowels weren't inserted. So it's the term here is metut, And if you can see, if you don't know how to read the ancient Egyptian language, one quick thing to denote is the direction of or the objects. You see they're facing the same
I'm going straight
direction.
to the part we're talking about. Bomb science. All right, come on. I gotta hurry up. I mean, this is a good presentation though, but I was not to the point. But let's go. Let it play.
Ooh, the ooh sound, and then you see another T, which would make metu, and then you possibly see the reference at the bottom. But the root word, like I just broke down, that's right there. There's a reference for the root word. Met is the phallus. You know what I'm saying? We can see that semen and phallus were related linguistically by sound and by meaning. You see what I mean? Because phallus is met, but seed or semen was metu or whatever, you know? And so
that's one way to say phallus.
Right now we see the terms related linguistically, but you gotta follow this. Because there's a little bit of time for lessons in Kemetic wordplay. I want to do my metal nature up if I could read what that say at the bottom. Of course, it say what it say starting from the right. Man, I don't even want to try that. It say Medu Jeran of the language. Because right now we have the same exact glyphs, poison. Okay? And so now how is the
So what I was breaking down, I just fast forwarded, is the ancient Egyptian word for semen, metu or mutu or muwet. It could also mean poison. So the word play here is it can mean life-giving. It can mean life-giving seed, or it can mean poison. But peep game.
Reader to discern when it means poison and when it means seed. Okay. The root to metu, poison, is met, death. Now that's interesting because these two are also linked linguistically. You see, we got met for death, and we got metu being poison. Now that's kind of interesting because now we see we have semen and phallus when the terms relate to life. These terms are met and metut. And we have poison and dye are related to death.
Y'all following that, right? It's easy.
Keep following me. Let's see if I can. There are many ways to say spine in Medu nature.
Now let me stop. Remember when I messed up on the word Pseudo earlier and it led to this teaching? And it said the 9 gods. And I said, oh man, that's a spine right there on the glyphs when we was looking at the glyphs. It is from this teaching and what you're about to learn here about ancient Egyptian wordplay and the multiple double entendres and when they say something. The word Pseudo for the 9 bowls, well, I'm going to explain that all in the video, so let me just let the video.
We see Tesh, which is a vertebrate spine. We see some like yachts. We'll forget about the pronunciation. I'm just pronouncing them for scholastic purposes. And we see Pasej, but Pasej is the one we would have to take note of in this whole study. Pasej, but I don't know if you guys can follow my cursor, but all of the words are starting. You read from right to left in the Medu nature. So on the word Pasej, which is the back of spine, you would start with the square and then the cane and then what looks like a cobra, a snake. Yeah, and so that would be Pasej, and then you see the 3 actual determinatives. But this isn't a lesson in Medu nature. I want you to get some of this higher science. And I just plugged my book here and told them in my book, I argue behind a shadow of a doubt that there is one term concerning the lower back that European Egyptologists have misdefined. And now I get to go in a little bit deeper on this because what I've come to my conclusion is that, you know how a lot of occult societies propose to have this knowledge of the ancient Egyptian language to where they could get so deep, and then they come up with their own translations, their own little cult. For instance, some European rites of masonry supposedly have gotten into very deviant practices because of stuff that they supposedly thought that they got out of Kemetic. But right here in this presentation, I believe I've detailed at least one of their misunderstandings that I could point out right. And that's this one. And that's why I stopped the screen like this. And that's why 2 or 3 years ago at the Kemetic on trial debate, I don't know why it took me 3 years to get this up here, but I paused on this word and asked my brother, could he read what this word was? Because all that mess they talking, this word was very elemental, and the term is aret, or I say aret, you know what I'm saying, again, but that's what the term is. Why is this term significant? Egyptologists claim that aret, or the art, means hindquarters. And this led them to mistranslate certain Kemetic texts. Now, it's very interesting when you're mistranslating something and putting the term anus there, for lack of better words. But we're going to go in on that. When they found mutu, semen, and aret, what they proposed to be anus in conjunction, what do you think happened? Now, what do you think, coming from France, you were Egyptologist, you know what I'm saying, in the 1800s, you know what I'm saying, you might have forecast some European culture onto old ancient African iconography, excuse my language, iconography, you know what I'm saying, you might have forecast that was not alive at the time of the text that you were trying to translate. When you see something like mutu, semen, in relations to aret, you know what I'm saying, you start thinking weird things.
Tell cats right now on some pimp shit. This study helped me be a better man for my wife. No shortcomings, nothing. It's all good. Right? Coming straight up out of Egypt. This is something that I can sell to people suffering from issues of certain herbs that they would be taking, and they work. But whatever, I'm gonna let y'all see it from the real doctors as I break it down, after I break it down.
This mistranslation made it convenient for Egyptologists to superimpose their modern views on ancient literature, resulting in Europeans claiming that they have found claims of homosexuality in Kemetic. Now, I'm just dealing with this one claim right here. You see what I'm saying? They couldn't figure out how semen was related to the hindquarters. Let's go back what it said. It said, first we need to learn a little bit about semen production. And this is just real. This is some knowledge. I'm gonna edit this up. 15 pyramid texts that show Egyptians thought that semen came from bone marrow.
So let me stop. My argument is being laid out with 15 ancient Egyptian texts that prove that in the ancient Egyptian concept, they thought that semen came from the bone, like bone marrow. Now, I'm going to come on the screen and say, one of the problems we have trying to be, you know, studs or what have you, is not understanding that knowledge. We understand what modern biology lets us know, but modern biology is limited in general only for us to just understand the anatomy at a high school level. They're not telling you the anatomy at a ancient Egyptian high science level. And nobody really tell you. You can't find it. You would have to been joined. Some dude could go do a whole pseudo occult and this be the last shit he tell you at the end, and it fix your life, and you come back like, damn, I'm glad I joined that cult. Because this is not readily available information. All I'm doing is bringing it from the ancient Egyptian text, and then I'm going to corroborate everything I'm saying with modern science. So we got to understand the connection between particular bones. Remember their mistranslation? They seen semen in a word they mistranslated for anus together and had homosexual thoughts and thought they found the ancient Egyptian magic. And they went off into sodomy land with their secret occult stuff. And nothing, produced nothing. Right? That's what happened in some occult misunderstandings. Now, what we about to see here first, 15 pyramid and ancient Egyptian texts that first lets us understand what the ancient Egyptians thought about this seed, this life-giving seed.
That's very significant. Let's go over a few though. It is he who creates the seed in the bones and in the belly. Now
we can read this right now. It's all solid. Right? It's transliterated for your screenshots, and then the text is right there for your scrutiny. Edfu 3:114:7. It is he who creates his seed in the bones and in the belly. Why did they have these thoughts? Well, let's look over various texts. I'm going to do it in the video, so let me stop talking and let the video play.
Just for notations purposes, this middle lecture is reading from left to right. But here it says, it is he who creates the seed in the bone and in the belly. And this is proof that ancient Egyptians at one point believed that a seed was created in the bone. He who creates seed in the divine bones inside the egg. You know what I'm saying? That creates the seed in the bones.
Well, let's stop. This is easy enough meta register to do a class on real quick for verification purposes. Now, remember, every time I tell you when to see this eye and it ain't a throne under it, it means to make. Come on, man, remember some shit. It means to make, to do, or to create. Those are going to be it's a verb, right? It's in the verb position in the front. Right now, it means to do, to make, or create. Now, next you see a term, mu. This is water. The elementary term for this is water. Right? Mu. Oh, I said I was going to verify this with dictionaries because I like doing that. But let me close on my business. I just opened up an Amazon store. Oh, bro, that's going to take my business to the next level. Everybody crossed their fingers about the application to the Amazon store. Oh, my video capture device ain't working. Damn. Oh, well, don't worry. Let me see. Yeah, something going crazy right. Oh, there it go. All right. When y'all see that, y'all gonna be like, damn, forget it. So I'm trying to open up this dictionary. So I want you to see it for your own eyes. Like the dictionary don't know what we looking at. So when I pop the words in and they corroborate what we're talking about, then you have to say for yourself, are we getting a greater understanding? See, look, you see the I? Now it's saying Iriu, creator or one who creates. Don't worry about them categorizing the I into different things. Look at the I when it's just by itself. It's going to be a creator, or to do, or to create. See, this says to do wrong. But the first word about doing is the I. The Jabau word is for wrong. So, this is why it says execute orders. Because this really says do, web, open, or do open, web 2. I don't know what web 2 means. But you can see that. Yep, I got that Quran verse in there too. Shout out for pointing that out. And there's a lot of knowledge we could get if we take what we learned from this video a bit further and incorporating some of the, you know, anyway, we know that word means to do. Next, I'm going to put mu in the dictionary. And it should probably just show water. But we're going to understand that this water in the bone that they're talking about is the seed. Right? So let's see where mu is just like water. See, dew, rain, or water, but that's a particular type of mu. Rapid waters, another type of mu. To be hostile, to pour water, to pour out water. So we all know that mu is water. Sha mu is well water. Here's mu just for water. But y'all need to see it with the 3 strokes so you can know that see these 3 strokes for the mu, it means water. It's gonna mean with that right there, sometimes it'll have a different meaning. You gotta know the meanings that mean water. Like it means a seashell here. That's just related to water. The overseer of the land of something that got to do with water, probably. See, the land and water. So we can clearly see that this mu got to do with water when we come back to the video. So we know this means to do or to create. Now this water got translated as seed because of the rest of this S in the text. The context of this water, this word, last word, kes, if you look it up, is going to mean the bones. Let me come off the screen. So it says, he who creates seed in the bone.
Y'all see all the sources, just look them up. Which coagulates the semen in the bone, and it goes on and on and on. The
Let's go back, no, because I went past that too quick. Let's look at that.
Egyptians at one point believed that a seed was created in the bone. He who creates seed in the divine bones inside the egg. You know what I'm saying?
This is the one I want to catch.
That creates the seed in the bones. Y'all see all the sources? Just look them up.
This one.
Which coagulates the semen in the bone, and it goes.
All right, look. So this, I want to break this metal natural down and put it in the dictionary. You see, I put this S hyphen in front of there, which represents this being a prefix onto the word. So it let me know the word is QFN. So when I come open the dictionary back up, that's the word I'm putting in first. QFN. Now watch this. We just proven stuff with the dictionary. One QFN means to bend your arms. Now look, clotted. See? Clotted of the blood to give a solid form of something. Clotted is to coagulate. In this instance, because it's to cause to clot. The S is causative, remember? The word XFN is the root, and we see that right here. but it has a causative S on the front. So it's proper to say which coagulates, because it means which causes to clot. Now, right after this could have been a dative. Now that I know more about the grammar, but when I looked it up, this is a neph. Let's look up this neph and qualify whether this grammar is right. Because this could be a dative to him. But I said neph, and I know enough. I don't think I knew enough about the grammar when I did this, to where I could have made this mistake. So let me look. Neph. Yep, I'm right. I was right. I did my homework back then. Neph, that and those. This is demonstrative. So even though it could have been dative, it's not. It's demonstrative. It's demonstrating something. So it is cause to coagulate that. Now what is this? Mu. There go your mu again. But now this mu has the phallus behind it, which lets us know what type of water they talking about. Seed. So now if this is a causative S on the word for clot, to cause something to clot is to coagulate. Neph means that. So it causes to coagulate that seed. This is the M preposition. In. M means in. And what is this? Our word for bone again. Kes. This is the word that I haven't put in the dictionary. Kesu, so it's bones. I should have put an S right here. Bones. Let's take that to the dictionary. You see this QSW? We'll take that to the dictionary to qualify my teachings. QS.W. All right, so I'm going to show you how to find it. Don't put the dot. QS. Don't put the W. Because that just means plural bone. See? KS, which is QS, is just a different transliteration system. It's one bone. But if you put a W behind it, it should appear as bones. Look. Bones. See? Like Bone, Johnny Bones Jones. You know what I'm talking about? Ibi Kesu. I don't know how you say Johnny, but he be Kesu Bones. So you see, oh, let me show you the glyphs. We didn't look at the glyphs. You see this thing here? Look at it. It's three of them, so that's bones. Right here is one of them, but then they put the flesh marker. You see the flesh marker? Then they put the lines for plurality. So this literally says which coagulates the semen in the bone. I wasn't rushing through these. I just didn't have time to read them all in the presentation. Let's go to the next one.
On the search, Sazaran has a lot of this work on this.
All right, let's do that last one. These are easy learning texts. I mean, they're parsed in a way you can use this to learn. Like you could take this screenshot and go and learn to see how to say that. So this is what I'm doing. The dictionary I'm using is a qualified dictionary. It's called Mark Vigas's Egyptian Dictionary. You can just download it right at thepyramidtext.com or any place. You gotta kind of know the transliteration, but it's all good. So we can clearly see here this mu is a recurring theme. And they didn't put the phallus behind this mu. But we know what mu is associated to the bones just from this video. Because I just took you over thousands of years. We looking at different texts from different time periods where we find mu associated to the bone. I don't know what you're talking about. When you find mu associated with the bone, then it is all of this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? So we see mu in kes. There go the water in the bones. That is, are the one who has created self, himself. Feel me? The one who has created himself.
A lot of this work on this, a lot of this I got from him. But you might ask why Egyptologists thought that semen came from the bone. Now, let's think about this. I say right here. Because it does. But see, I knew when I did that at the presentation or at a while ago when I presented this, I knew it was like a play on words, and I knew I didn't want to lose nobody with the science I was about to get into. Because people are like, what you talking about? But this is when you begin to learn something. You know what I'm saying?
Now here go the part that just lets you be the difference between the old man going through things that American society tell you is part of getting old, and you got some ED going on, or you got something going on. Like, nah, bruh. You can learn how to kill all that with knowledge and Kemetic. But primarily, I think I said it best in the video. So let's talk about how the bone is actually related to semen.
Modern science has caught up with Kemetic science, and we now know that males have semen emission centers along the lower portion of the spine, and the arete are in the hindquarters. Now, see, we're going to start picking away at that mistranslation.
Did I kill him? Damn, I killed him with this, bruh. Oh my God. Shout out to the Magi Arch. Bruh. Modern science has caught up to Kemetic science. And we now know that males, like me and you, go ask your AI, it probably caught up to this shit too. But the pyramid text was the old AI. When they wanted to know something, that's where they went. And what did it say? Modern science has caught up to Kemetic science, and we now know that males, me, you, and everybody male and watching, have semen emission centers along the lower portions of the spine. And what's the lower portions of the spine? Them dummies translated as the asshole, the anus. See how stupid they was? The word hindquarters is appropriate for arete because we won't miss what the ancient Egyptians was trying to teach. If you translate it as anus, you're going to go teach all that stuff they was teaching in the occult societies that couldn't even read the metal letter as good as we do on YouTube. It's 2025. Don't you think something like this should be happening? Like, what you think the future was going to have? Well, the future got a black dude right on YouTube just reading the ancient Egyptian glyphs, telling how they messed up with all kind of shit that they was having occult whole societies over. But let's prove it though. But this is what you should remember. Modern science has caught up to Kemetic science, and we now know that males have semen emission centers along the lower portions of the spine, and not the higher portions of the spine, on particular vertebrae that we'll detail for you. And this is why a simple basketball fall could cause you won't attach the two. A simple basketball fall could cause harm in your sex life. Something as simple as trying to pop a wheelie on a BMX bike and falling on your hindquarters. No doctor will tell you that. They just learning that now. The ancient Egyptian text told me this. I had to fly from Oakland to New York to teach some black people this who was going crazy. Look what I found. Look what I found. Bro, you ain't found shit, bro. Let me explain. Peep game. Put on your most visceral critique attitude and watch this.
Remember, they put another word besides hindquarters there, and I in my book I detail how there's nothing limiting the semantic range of the term arete to strictly be that orifix. You know what I'm saying? So let's see. The spine is divided into 4 sections: the cervical, the thoracic, lumbar, and the sacral. You know what I'm saying? Well, I said that right? Whatever, y'all know how to say it. We'll focus on is T10 to L2 to S4. Now, see, this is what it's all about. It says here, reflex erections of your penis, which occur after direct stimulation of the penis, is under the control of your parasympathetic parasympathetic nerves from.
I couldn't say parasympathetic. Y'all gotta excuse me.
The S2, S3, and S4 levels of your spinal cord. Let me read that again. Reflex. Dude, I be doing this sometimes when I read. My brain go fart. Reflex erections of your penis after direct stimulations of the penis is under the control of your parasympathetic nerves from the S2, S3 to S4 levels of your spinal cord.
So let me reiterate that and read it a little bit better for y'all right now. Reflex erection of your penis. Reflex. Think about that. You know, when you stimulate it, you get a reflex. Well, that reflex erection of your penis, which occurs after direct stimulation of the penis, is under the control of your parasympathetic nerves. You over there thinking too hard. Your back hurt. Parasympathetic nerves from S2. Now look what S2 is. Don't you know this is the sacral bone? S2 way up here connected to this, bruh. You heard something back here? These signals ain't transmitting and you get no stimulation. And they thought this had something to do with something. I feel sorry for them. Right? S2, S3, and S4. Look at where they're at on the sacral bone. So we can understand why ancient Egyptians talked about the hindquarters and semen and not go do no dumb, devious stuff, thinking you getting the knowledge. Master Mason. Been had.
About my errors in reading is we have the coccyx, what's this? The coccyx bone or whatever, and I'm not trying to act like I'm super high scientist. I'm an independent researcher who brought you this information. You know what I'm saying? And so what we see is we have these emission centers along S3, S2, S3, S4, S5, and you can see this is that spinal cord hub where you can go corroborate this information. You know what I'm saying? Psychogenic erection involving conscious or mental levels of the brain.
Hey, you're right, Minty Hotep. I'm going to talk about that later, but I'm going to wait till the lady, the modern doctor, say it. But women can assist brothers in being back strong again with simple lower back massages. Science even showed that they did studies, dog. And dudes was coming back to life after getting a series of lower back massages. It would re-stimulate these their emission centers. So one of those centers have to do with direct stimulation. So if a woman touching you and you ain't even feeling it, bruh, what's the matter with you? It could be your back, just your lower back. See? Study Kimmy. They don't got this no place else, but let's keep going.
And it's under the control of your synthetic nerves from akin to L2 levels of your spinal cord.
So I gotta read this one over. Now, you know, psychogenic erections, different than the last ones we was talking about. But they are still under the control of your back, not just your brain. Right? So check it out. Psychogenic erections involve conscious or mental levels of the brain. If you ever fell off a bike and then you had some issues with ED, don't think it was your age, it was the fall off the bike. But let me prove it. It's not what you're thinking for your brain. Psychogenic erection involves conscious or mental levels of the brain and is under the control of your sympathetic nerves from T10 to L2. Did you know that? So it's not just in your brain. Trying to think up some virility. Oh man, she touching me. Oh, I'm nervous. Shut up. Spinal cord. Parasympathetic nerves from the S2 to S4 levels of your spine also contribute.
Nerves from the S2 to S4 levels of your spinal cord also contribute. So what are they saying? What are they saying? They're not talking about production. We know what the testes do. We understand that. They taught us that in elementary biology. What they're saying is there are nerves along our spine that help us with emission and propulsion. And also, right here, erection. But if you want to go back, I didn't even deal with propulsion yet. I just was simply dealing with erection. You know what I'm saying? So now we're talking about propulsion, or emissions, or ejaculation. And this is very keen, because for one to know, this is science. This was something they messed up, and they thought they knew what they did, and then they went and took the information and messed it all up. But they say emissions involve the production and release of semen from your reproductive glands and the contraction of your reproduction ducts, which propel the sperm into the urethra. So we're talking about propulsion. And this is controlled by the sympathetic nerves from the T11 to L2 levels of your spinal cord. And so I was like, see, they knew this high science back in Kemetic, and we found it in the metadata. As you can see, the Kemetic text or the Kemetic teachings that semen comes from the spinal cord is corroborated by modern medical science. Let's see if we can get the video to play that wouldn't play.
So fertility in men after a spinal cord injury, there's a couple of things to consider. One is the ability to ejaculate, is semen quality and quantity. So considering the anatomy and physiology, the two centers that control ejaculation in spinal cord injury are T11, some books will say T10 to L2. The other is S2 to S4. T11 to L2 controls semen emission, which is the release of the semen, and it comes up and sits by the bladder. S4 controls ejaculation proper, or the propulsion of the semen out. Unlike erection, where most men with spinal cord injury, hormone of an erection, far fewer men after spinal cord injury ejaculate, quote unquote, normally or without help, because it takes both centers. You have to have the release of the semen and the propulsion of the semen out for it to go normally. So if you read the statistics, less than 10% of men with complete spinal cord injury, complete being no motor, no sensation below their level of injury, normally.
You said exactly.
Incomplete spinal cord injury is up as high as 70 to 80%.
Now, see, that's a sign that some people with back injuries probably.
If you go to spinalcord.hub, you'll learn that this science is recent. They learning this in the last like 10 years, bro. They ain't even know this. But it was written in the pyramid text. And cats messed it up and put it in the homosexuality section. Golly.
Don't know, because I mean, this could be good information for the community, but that was not my focus in the research. I want to show y'all what we was thinking way back in Kemet. And then I showed them the teaching in the Quran, and I don't read Arabic. Let's corroborate this. Let's go back. What did it say? The translation was, it emerges or appears from between the spine and the rib bones. Now, what that's basically saying is there was some thought, or I mean, they had some correlation between the spine, and they never say propulsion, but they say it emerges or it appears from. They didn't say it was created, because we know where it's created. They said it emerges. You know what I'm saying? They was kind of onto it, but it gets better though. Because I mean, this is how you kill them with knowledge, because these bones are between the buttocks, for lack of a better words. I mean, I'm the one who had to beat them up with it. See, because they was thinking a whole bunch of perversions when they seen these terms like, quote, or I put it in quotes, between the buttocks in so-called text.
Yeah,
but it had to do with something.
Did you know they came to the debate? They didn't know I was this raw. Damn, this is raw. I'm not taking credit, but damn, this is raw. You can't beat nobody up like this, bro. Imagine somebody having a text. Seriously, though, this is how you know this is the ultimate truth. Because you can't fake no shit like this. Imagine somebody having a text. Imagine an FBI agent having a text on you like, look, they wrote between the buttocks. And you in front of a jury. And you laughing over there like, I'm about to kill them. But they making them think that because the ancient Egyptians wrote this term between the buttocks. And then they had the other damning term that was about the semen. They thought wrong. But imagine this breakdown explanation. You have to store this into what you know. Because if the topic ever come up, please kill them fools. Not saying that, I never said in my discourse that certain things didn't happen in ancient Egypt. I said, y'all got it wrong. This ain't evidence of that. But I don't think I ever seen nobody take a term like between the buttocks and give their ass a good ass explanation like this. Shout out to the Magi art.
That it didn't have anything to do with. And I'm just got to keep beating that point into the ground as we show right here. This is the same coccyx bone with T2 to what? I can't even remember. I think it was T11 to L2 right here between the buttocks. And so if you, in a proper understanding of African culture, you would never make that mistake. But if you was coming thousands of years later under some European culture that was actually espousing this deviance, and then you might try to forecast that same deviance to make your studies and research easy. Oh, that's what it was. And the Hindu teaches this is called the Muladhara, I guess, or the root chakra. Now, see, people got a problem with me putting that on, but I taught them something because a lot of this Hindu stuff came from Kemet. It was preceded a tradition, not the same tradition, but a very similar tradition. And I'm not talking about no chakras in Kemet. I'm talking about the position on your body, which is around the peripherum or in that area. Like they say, the hindquarters. I told you about a coccyx bone. It is the same area chakra. And it's all going to come together. It's all going to come together.
Because the video had chart. I'd say it is the same area where Hindus say you have a root chakra. Now watch me show you how this is definitely closely related.
Where's the root chakra? Where's the first chakra? Okay, I'm not on no chakras. You think I do chakras? I'm explaining to you, to my people, what's going on, where they get this from, and how they got it. And I got the proof. You know what I'm saying? The energy that sits at the base of the spine is called Kundalini in Hindu tradition. In Hindu tradition. It's called Kundalini in Hindu tradition. In Hindu tradition, Kundalini is represented by what? No, don't tell them. Don't. For real? I ain't even trying to put the two on it. It's so obvious. Look. All right, look. See, you can't see it when I show you that already. Kundalini is the Hindu version of the Kemetic teachings of the Aret. But you can't see it really. Why? Because look, the determinative, if you look at the ancient Egyptian word on the screen, we're going to be reading from right to left, starting from top to bottom. So from right to left, from top to bottom, you see an arm, A. You see what represents an open mouth, that's an R. And then you see that same loaf of bread that represents the T on the Metu word, now representing the T on the Aret word. Now, this big old symbol behind it, I don't know if y'all can see my cursor or not, but hope y'all following me. The big symbol behind the hindquarters of an animal, could be a lion and his tail, you see? And so this is how we know to determine that they're talking about hindquarters when they use this. But I mean, ancient Egyptians are also very clever because when you got one word and you're talking about something a little bit different, what you do is you change the determinative. And so we know this because the term aret appears with another determinative. Now, what's that other determinative? Y'all see that? I don't even have to tell you, see that snake right there. And it's the same snake, the same cobra sitting at the base of the spine because the aret indicates the hindquarters. I mean, if I was making this up, golly, I would be raw. And the first determinative quarters of a lion. The second determinative is a cobra standing at attention. A coiled cobra standing at attention, might I add. Now, when aret determinative, it has been translated to mean divine serpent.
I said when aret has the cobra determinative, it has been translated to mean divine serpent. Dog. Now, shout out to Solange Ashby, and I wouldn't mind building with her and Munta Ashby, who I used a lot of his work. I sourced him, even though people be trying to hate on him. I sourced his work because he helped me come to this understanding. But I think I helped also by showing something that was missing from what he was saying. He have this direct connection between Kundalini and Kemet. I don't necessarily argue that, but this find right here, particularly the one that's on the screen, had not been mentioned in that work. And really what people have done is just messed it all up. It should be no way that I can find a word, aret, that means the hindquarters of your spine. But then I also find another rendition of the word, which means the divine serpent. But then we know a tradition about there being a serpent at the base of a spine. Now, let me say what people don't like. I often say what people don't, but it's done with no malice, right? People don't like the fact that in my presentation, I just showed you the ancient Egyptian serpent at the base of the spine, but we've all seen the ancient Egyptian serpent, which is represented coming out the crown chakra. I don't like that, I told you. So I won't say crown chakra. We all seen the representation of the Wajet serpent at the front of a pharaoh's forehead. And Egyptology told us it was to protect Pharaoh. I got an argument that I haven't finished, but I'm laying it out here, and you can see why it's well based. This presentation is over 10 years old. It ain't been debunked. It's only been supported by people who needed help with their dysfunction. And all of the testaments is in the comments. Like, man, I found this video. But in my hypothesis, just like the root chakra has a particular name and the crown chakra has a particular name, they came up with the Kundalini serpent that travels up the spine and comes out the crown. Well, I just showed you in ancient Egypt the serpent that's already at the base of the spine. Put it back on the screen. All right. Divine serpent. I can't show you the travel. Peace to J Mill. I can't show you the travel of the serpent up to become Wajet. But I would be willing to, over a dinner or something, not at no debate table, but over dinner, if I was with Egyptologists, I sure wouldn't hide this information and think that I'm not making no sense or ain't made no connection. I made an endeavor in this presentation to do exactly that. Because what I will stand on is we all know Wajet is at the forehead. I want one of y'all to go in the text and tell me why she's there. Don't tell me what Egyptologists said about protection of Pharaoh and this shit. Everybody protect the Pharaoh. Oh, who don't protect the Pharaoh? That's a nature. The ones that's coming after him probably. So basically, I need a better understanding of why Wajet is always represented at the root. And then another thing, if you want to attack the theory, is why would we find Aret to mean the hindquarters, right? And also a divine serpent. I'll let the video continue.
Oh, I'm not making that up. I wish. I swear, I wish somebody could poke a hole in this. And if somebody was raw enough to poke a hole in this, then you on my level, then I got somebody to dialogue with, then we could be a peer in this, man. It's not no ego thing. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Amarat Squad, specifically Magi Archers, when we doing the Metal Netter and the translations or whatever we bring it, what it is. And so, I kid you not, that it has another translation that when you find it with the hindquarter, it would mean divine serpent. And I hope I put the source up there. The Kundalini, if not, you can find that source anywhere. Aret, just look up Aret, you know what I'm saying? But the Kundalini energy, that ain't Egyptian, that ain't Kemetic, but it came from a tradition from before. Or the Aret is at the base of the spine. I don't have to keep repeating that. But I had to that day. And to prove that the Aret divine serpent is related to the spine, we refer back to the pyramid text.
Now this is the part right here that I gotta just say, if you want to attack anything, this is the part. Okay? Because I'm just telling you what help I need with the hypothesis. Your attacks ain't nothing but helping me refine the hypothesis or either candidate if you can mount a strong enough one. But when I look at this after 10 or 11 years, I'm on to something, but I'm going to show you the points where you should probably help me out.
See, this is what beat their helmet into the ground. that Unes corridor east, that's 318. Yeah, that killed them. Yeah, that killed them right there. And this is what I had myself on the back for this one. And I want my brothers to poke holes in it. I got some good brothers that says need metal in the
If I can blow that up, this is the word RX. Right in this pyramid text, and it has no determinative. So now we got a case where the ancient Egyptian used the verbal term and didn't tell you what category it's in. So now you go to all the categories. One of them is the anus, they say. I hate saying that. One of them is I'll just say that orifice. One of them is the hindquarters. They got one of them is the divine serpent. One of them is something else. How would you know which one they talking about in this text?
Yeah, and I'm going to ask them to poke holes in my theory and run this through their translations, because honestly, a lot of this took me looking at this with my own eye and my own culture to see what you see what I circled in red. You see the term.
Shout out to Crunch. This might be the first time you on my page. I don't really look. You said y'all ain't doing nothing but trying to bring back the plagues with these false gods. Nah, I don't really do this study theologically. I mean, like, none of this it does have a lot to do with what I believe theologically, but I don't believe, it's not like I do ancient Egyptian religion or nothing. I look at all religions and just look at the good parts of them and try to better myself as a man. But that plague stuff don't really got nothing to do with gods if you're not looking at things from a theological perspective. Sometimes there's famines and shortages. Sometimes the Nile River would not flood correctly and people wouldn't have enough food. And the people who didn't understand what was going on would call it just like a plague and say that the gods did it. Like, imagine if we didn't know what was up with COVID. We'd be saying, oh, we need to pray to the gods to stop COVID. And I'm not saying we don't, but I'm saying we got science to know that you need to help yourself too.
Alright, but you see it with a reed leaf in front, which is jark, but it's still the same exact word. And you see the cobra, the coiled cobra.
I messed up.
If you can't see
the cobra. Dang, I did some good homework. It actually got the cobra. So we can't argue that in this text they're not talking about the divine serpent. But then they're going to start talking about the spine here. And ancient Egyptian Egyptologists mistranslated this. And I kind of did too, but I didn't do as bad as they did. And now that I'm 10 years later, I can help myself. Watch.
I don't know if you can see my mouse, but there's a cobra, coiled cobra at the bottom of this, and the source is up top. And why this text is so significant. So Sprunch 318, that means that's the same 318 I just showed y'all. And then I'm showing you it again inside of, whose work is this? This is, whose work this was? Seth, is this Seth? Kurt Seth? This might be Kurt Seth's work, but I don't know. But anyway, there's the term, and if we go back, you can see it, and you can clearly see that it's the same thing. And so what we're trying to learn here is, come on, slides. Oh,
see,
that ain't even my translation.
Screenshot this and say you got a better translation. This is the part I need to work on because I had to come with my own translation.
Let me see. Oh yeah, this is my translation. So anybody who do Medu Neture, everything's where I got it from is at the bottom. My transliteration is at the not necessarily my transliteration at the bottom. The transliteration at the bottom looks, that ain't how I transliterate. So that actually comes from Thesaurus Linguist Egypti, which is very good text corpus, but it's very interesting that it says, and this is my translation, I'll fight behind this all day. I did this, I didn't do this in one day. Unis, that is the bull snake who is led by means of the divine serpent. Now let's stop right there. Unis, that is the bull snake who is led by means of the divine serpent. Now I'm saying that like that, but it could be like Unis, because it ain't no explanations. Or it could be like Winnie or Unes. That's the bull snake who is led by means of the divine serpent. Why I'm saying that? It could be a question. Who is led by the means of the divine serpent? But these are the words that I got back out of it, and I put them up there for anybody learning the Medu Netra to go in. But this is what we need to understand. The word divine serpent right here, if you look at the transliteration, you'll see at the end of line 1, you're going to see Jart, Jar.T. That's that divine serpent. That is the Aret, that who is led by the Aret, changing 7 of his cervical vertebrae to 7 of his with commands. Now you think I made that up? Oh, I'm going to just keep going. Look, because I'll detail it all. That's why I took it.
Dude, this is a blessing, yo. To be able to have this information, it is a blessing. This is like old school master teacher shit. Like, I could have repackaged this like the pseudos packaged this up. This is the fire, though, because it can help you with your own physiology. And watch this proof. I'm about to prove that they messed it up. So this is what this 27% heard these words of the sovereign is the part that we're going to have to focus on. Because it clearly says the divine serpent, that's that Aret at the base of your spine. It says Unis, that's the bull snake. What if the bull snake, all right, let me come on the screen. You're going to be mad at me. I'm going to do more research. We're going to do it right now. Because I'm not going to say this out of my mouth. Y'all going to get mad if I would have said what I said out of my mouth. Now, the bull snake is going to be Nau. N-A-W. Right? That's a breeze. This. No, that's that is. That's not that is. I'm trying to find the bull snake in the transliteration. And I'm looking up here, down here. Unes, that is Na'u in Shem. This is the follower. The bull snake who is led. So this Na'u is their bull snake. But I put a capital A. Maybe that was the problem. It's probably a lowercase a. Nah. You gotta find a snake called Nah or N-A-W. Yep, there go one W. Mercy. So we can get to the bottom of this. Let's see. Serpent. There you go. So look. See? The serpent. So they said the bull snake. They just going in. Why would they say the bull snake? Now don't got nothing about a bull. So look, it's like Unis, that is the snake that is following the divine. No. Belonging to the followers. That is the snake of what? They say who is led by. Yup, I said followers. But they said the snake is led by the divine serpent. See, notice those is both snakes. Now, the divine serpent is at the base of the spine, the Aret. We already got that. But I'm telling you, I found this text that lets us know that the serpent travels up the spine. This was actually some of the deepest shit I ever brought forward, ever. Out of like the whole, you can't bring hella shit, bro. The fact is, a lot of dummies got on the internet and threw me some alley-oops. And it seemed like I brought y'all some shit we already knew about the Black Egypt, but I just had to reprove it in 2025. But there's a lot of people knew that in the 80s, 70s, whatever. This is a better contribution. If you really look over our research over the past 15 years. But nobody is taking this. I need to get in another community in order for them to understand how good of a contribution this is because people have said for years, oh, Kundalini came from Egypt and all that stuff, but nobody could prove it. So deal with Pyramid Text 318 on your own time and help me to know what's going on here. I'm going to show you my work on it. Now, no one can argue that this word, this is the nap of the neck. So I'm going to take an N, an H, and a B, and a W, and a T. I'm not even going to put the W and the T. I'm going to put the N, the H, and the B, right? See, some of these terms we ain't familiar with because we don't be doing the metal netter like Smash, J Mill, Chris Withers, and Brother Reggie. Feel me? Some of them brothers go crazy. This the nap of the neck. Now, if you didn't know that this was the neck, because this ain't a term that we always use for the neck. But when they talking about, see, this is why I could put 7 cervical vertebrae. Because they put the number 7, they say here's 7. Look, they say it right here. The divine serpent. This word keper means to change. Or it occurs, or it happens, or it took a form. It had changed. It's keper in. So here's 7. Keper in had changed. Now look at this other word. SFXT. So if you're trying to tell me they're not talking about the vertebrae, when I just showed you the word for neck, now watch this word. This is the serpent traveling up the spine. What is the word for neck even doing there? How did it get to the neck? Well, let me show you. Y'all gonna be hella mad. Look, SFXT. Watch this in the dictionary. I can't make this up. SFXT. I would have to make a dictionary. Wait, what did I say? I can't even remember. My short term. I said SFXT. SF like San Francisco. So SFXT. I don't think Una's the bull snake, but maybe there's other texts that'll let us know that Na is often called the bull snake. But let's look at this SFXT, right? They say the 7-horned one. I'm gonna take the T. To release or to go, to release or to go. Well, let's look at the word I'm looking at. Changing 7 of his, changing, yep. It had happened that he released or changed. Okay, let's keep looking at that word. Because I think that's going to be not to waste or to refuse, to loosen, to release, to purify, to remove, to lay aside. How can he lay aside his vertebrae, the bones that are in his body? Let me make sure I'm transliterating this. Might be a capital X. Ain't nothing with no capital. Tell the words though. I want to keep. My dog barking like you hear something downstairs. If I can't make it to the strap and y'all hear me throwing, just call somebody. used to cast off the blood. 7. Okay, it's 7. I'm tripping. I knew I'd find it. It was 7. So now, how many vertebrae, how many bones are in these sections of the lumbar, the thoracic, the coccyx? It all matches up. But I'm going to let my teaching on the video keep going and check up on my dog.
Who is led by the RX, changing 7 of his cervical vertebrae to 7 of his with commands. Now, you think I made that up? I'm going to just keep going. Look, because I'll detail it all. That's why I took a nap right there. Look, the spinal column consists of 33 vertebrae in a 7-12-5-5-4 combination. The 5 vertebrae in the sacrum and 4 in the vertebrae in the coccyx are fused. PT 318 leaves us with 2 numbers, 7 and 27. Because I was just showing y'all, look, the word for 7 cervical vertebrae was sephet. Like I said, we talked about that earlier. Sephet. Within, I'm just showing that just so y'all can see it. Sephet 7 and Nehibu, which is the nape of the neck. I hope I put them in the definition of the words from a dictionary. If not, I'll stop the presentation and open up a dictionary right now and prove that right now. And put that. Well, I dare somebody, you look it up, you ain't gonna see that I'm wrong. So let's go back and find these terms. SFX.T, which I says Sephet, and the Hebrew. The words for the 7 cervical vertebrae was Sephet, the 7. They really show it. I don't care. Sorry, you gotta excuse me. I started getting juiced. Because I said it says Unas, that is the bull snake who was led by means of the divine snarper. So we got to the chart at the end of line 1. It says changing 7 of his cervical vertebrae. Now after chart we see 7TF. But let's go back and look at the text. I'm going too deep on this. Here we go. Look, you can't see. You can't see my. If y'all can see my cursor, on the 3rd line down under what I saw. Look right behind RX, right? You see RX. Then you count. But some of my red line is taken over. But you'll see 7 with a TF. 7TF. Oh, I'm sorry. People don't know that's a 10. Oh man, I'm gonna lose y'all. Let me just stop trying to overprove it and just get on with the presentation. So it left us with 2 numbers, 7 and 27. And a word, Nehibu, which is the nape of the neck, and a serpent that started at the coccyx bone. And now, how am I going to propose that this serpent travels up the spine? Mistranslation in this text, Pyramid Text 318. 3 Passaget. I'm going to take you back. I got to. I don't give a damn. I got to. Sorry. Excuse me, man. I need to hold my passion down. Look. Hold on, screen. Come on. I got to take you back to the Unas to show you 3 Passaget so you can visualize it. You can visualize it right here. Oh no, it's not going to be as good. At the bottom of the screen, you guys, the only audible line, because the other line is cut off. W631, starting at 632. You see Neteru signs that were mistranslated by Egyptologists as Paseju, plural Paseju. They just didn't understand that this was written this way so that you can count each one and not say there were, how do they translate this as plural gods, multiple gods. They don't take the divine count into order. So we see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 groups of 3. You see what I'm talking about? Right there. And then if I were to take y'all to the original, I'm sorry, I got to show y'all this because these is now that they're vertical on the 3rd column. If you can't see my cursor, you have to start from the right and look at the 3rd. You see them? Yeah, 3rd column right there. So those represent vertebrae in this text. And why? Because we read in the words that tell us they do.
Now let me stop. That's one of the biggest problems people make. They made and they messed it all up. They did not recognize that these gods called the Pseudo-Liberal were simply different levels of the vertebrae of the spine. They were each one of your vertebrae. And I did it with math and just with a limited knowledge and with the help of the ancestors and with some intuition and with a lot of stuff. Just the part, I told you if you want to pick something apart, this is the weakest link, but it's strong. Well, 10 years later, I want to go against myself and try to help me refine this. So, as you see on the screen, if you're watching on a bigger format, you can see it easy. But sorry, I can't make it bigger too much for YouTube. But there's 3 natural roots and hella groups here, right? And it's 9 groups of 3. They never added that up. None of them did because I can't find no text that translates this right. Feel me? So let's watch the video.
You know what I'm saying? All these terms. So what does this mean? It means it started at the coccyx, right? And now they're talking about these vertebrae, but wait. Sorry. Let's now look. Too high. Because I wanted y'all to deal with the number. We had 26 remaining vertebrae, but we had 27 enid.
Now notice, if you take the text and read it, it's 1 number off. To where it adds up perfectly with the spine, so you can't say the text ain't about the serpent that they're talking about traveling the spine. But they talk about changing the neck vertebrae from his to his. They use in this word keper for change. It could be an occurrence, right? But I'll break it down good in the video. Let's continue.
Now that's what I wanted to point out. I don't want nobody to be like, his math off by 1, because we had to address that in the presentation. If we consider the skull an extension of the spine, we can identify that 27 division of the spine that equals to 27 enid from the pyramid text. Now, why would we have to consider the skull a division of the spine? In ancient Egyptian theory or thought, in this thought that I'm trying to bring forth, it is because of Aret, it is because of Wajet, or who they would call the Uraeus. You see, it only becomes the Uraeus or the Hori Tep, when it comes from the brow, from your brow. As a matter of fact, the Hori Tep is the snake on the brow. That is how you say it. All right. So when you see Tadak Amen with Nekbet the vulture on the brow, and then you see Wajet on the brow, she is in the form of Wajet the goddess, but her in that position is called Hori Tep. Wajet in her protection, in her protection stands, or in her post, on her post. And so we would have to consider that quite possibly the skull was considered, because we can clearly see the concept of the divine serpent Aret that sits at the base of the spine. Also Aret, who travels the spine, emerged from the forehead of the Nisu as Aret or Wajet. This is where Hindu traditions get the concept of Kundalini, not the other way around. And so when cats be like, Kundalini ain't kill, I'm like, bruh, I'll sit you down. All that came from Kemetic. They even call it the Naga. Come on, man, I don't even want to go there. So now we know the semantic range of the term. So now we know the semantic range of the term arete is not limited to anus, and that the association between met-tooth semen and arete, the hindquarters, is high science concerning the lower spine's effect over semen emissions. No deviance. So we see this teaching in Kemetic, in Hindu culture, and in the Quran. In Greek literature, the sacrum bone was called the hieron ostion, the holy bone. So how come everybody knew about this? We find it in many cultures. And find with what we find in modern science today, this high science concerning the spine. So remember, the lower spine controls semen emission centers, our ability to procreate. It does not create. It don't produce the semen. It's emissions. Don't let nobody ever trip you up with that one. Understand the Kemetic wordplay is the key to extracting the true meaning out of Kemetic text. Thank you.
Man, that was,
I don't even know if nobody was watching, but I don't really.
I see why they like that video so much, and it got the old school 31,000 views. And they were saying all that stuff because I just learned a lot. But there's more. I mean, I did the presentation and I just watched it and learned a lot by watching it. I hope some of y'all learned something too. But one thing we learned the most is that some of these mistranslations can make you go so far off where you join some occult society that think they got some higher knowledge, and they walk you straight into deviance based on mistranslations of ancient texts. Now, the type of scrutiny I will put to this theory right now, causing us to come back to the text corpus. We was in the middle of reading this text for the fun of it when I segued over to that. I'm at about, it's late night. I ain't even tripping. Ain't it like a weekend or something? Well, yeah, it's Friday, so I'm totally not tripping off how long I stream. If I stop, I'm only going to play a video game or just start some worrisome thoughts in my head about business. So I'm not going to do that right now. You feel me? I would rather just do this. And so, where was we at? Well, I was reading this for the forum. We got down. Oh, so this is what started everything. Because when I seen this and made the mistake, I identified that. Now look at this word, Pseudo. Remember we was just talking about the Pseudo in the video? But it says the divine Ened, right? And that's going to, even though that number means 9, Pseudo, I don't know why I say the 8. I thought Ened was 8. No, that's the odd god, that's 8. Ened is 9. Okay, cool. So this word right here, and it says Paut, Mater, but they just say Pseudo. That's so you can mess those up, but right? Well, if you come look at how it's written with a spine right here. And that's the whole thing that led me over to start talking about the spine. But when you click it right now, they're not talking about the spine in this instance. It said his Ened. And this is a word, dang, this is kind of different. I don't really know this word. Because you know why? Because you see the category of the term, it has a man behind it. I would have said D, but now I got an U after it, so I'll say do, but this ain't a D because it don't seem to have the little extra cone thing on the inside. So this might be a tie cone. Now, which nature is this? 2? Is there a god called 2 in ancient Egyptian natures? 2, or is it D-I-W? Let's see. Nope, it was none of those. See, that's what I'm saying. This, I didn't recognize this triangle to be Sapdu. Oh, I did see the do, huh? I don't see no Sop. I was saying do, but it's Sapdu. So they just put the D and the U and they say do me. But it's Sapdu. Now we got Nefer Bak. Now this Nefer Baku is put out kind of crazy because the word Nefer is in the noun position. It's normally an adjective like beautiful, but it's first here. It's not supposed to be behind this word. So this must be a name, somebody Nefer Baku. And there must be a deity named Nefer Baku, which would mean the good power of the souls. Right? Let's get it. I was right. Look, Nefer Ba, but they just say Ba'u. That's fine. I said Nefer Bak, and they're right. It's Nefer Ba'u. But they don't say what it means. Let's translate it. Who is complete as Bas. That's different than what I said. They using Nefer to say complete. So when it might be that when it's a noun in this position, it could be used to say that. Simsiru. What's Simsiru? These are God natures that I don't know. Look, Simsiru, that was right. Yeah, Simsiru is a nature that you don't know. You don't have to know everything. You just got to be open to learning. So I don't know everything. Simsiru. I just learned about Simsiru. But I can read it though. Feel me? Simsiru. It say Simsiru. Now this one gonna give me a little problems, but somebody looking like, why is that giving you problems? This is Horus of the East, right? Hey, Ru, I bet. Yep, Horus of the East. Horus of the East. I knew that shouldn't have given me problems. What is giving me problems doing is reading it in the ancient Egyptian. I would say, hey, Ru, I beti. And I almost messed that up. Hey, Ru, I beti. Now, I'm going to stop hovering over them before I read them because that's like cheating for me. Because it's showing me the words are grouped together and I don't want to cheat. So, Nebet, I already know that this is like some compound word. So, the Nebet in the beginning of it, Nebet, het, and it got a serpent. Nebet, het, the mistress by the house. That don't make no sense. Oh, let's see if they say the mistress bought a house. Oh no, they're gonna say the lady of Butu. I just said the house. I couldn't get it. All right, now I'm gonna stop hovering. But I gotta hover so y'all can see what we're working on. This jug and this M, I can't even tell you. Can them? It is to join. This is it. Not it, basically. I'm gonna say her or it. But that you should know that they're not saying unite her. So sometimes how we give cars a feminine gender, ancient Egyptians would give it or things. Sometimes they would get a feminine. But whatever. I don't know why I'm reading this. We was going over Tamari, that's why. Oh man, this video hella long. We was watching this. We went into Tamari. See how long of a study tangent we could go on? Because I want to get back to this now. Damn. Fuck that. We're going to go all over the place.
Okay.
My video just got my slow-ass hard drive is waking up. Maybe I got to plug it into a different port or something, but I'm not changing nothing.
I don't know off the top of my head.
All right, no problem.
So I'm gonna skip
wait, one more thing. So a lot of times us as novice are actually looking for direct evidence, like a dictionary in ancient times that says this means the black land based off the soil.
Now look at this. This is nonsense. Because all throughout my days on the Honor Rock Squad, we only dealt with primary sources. So since I beat the brakes off them and I proved that there's no primary source for the statement that Egypt means the black land, now they're trying to find different ways around that. Like, how is you saying this? Tell me, if we ain't got no dictionary that say what it means, how do you know?
Come to associate the word Kemet with the black soil without direct evidence. How was that worked out?
We have to use a combination of what we know about how the Egyptian language forms words with the context in which we see those words used. So in ancient Egypt, what we would call an adjective, right, like a word that is used as a descriptor of something else, right, so words in ancient Egyptian, the ancient Egyptian language have roots, and then they have endings that go on those roots to change the type of word that it is. It's kind of like how you add ing to a verb in English to make it describe that thing as a concept, right? So I run, right, but I'm into running, right? The ing goes on the end of the word run to make it the concept of running, among other things, right? Ings can do other things. And in ancient Egypt, the root for the concept of darkness, blackness as a color is kem, just the K and the M. And whatever vowels, and again, because the ancient Egyptian language doesn't write its vowels, we can't, without being very good linguists and doing a lot of careful reconstruction, and there are scholars who do that, I'm not one of them, we can't say exactly what the vowel morphology would have been like, but the K and the M are the basic root word, the idea. And then you have to look at how you're using it, right? So if you add, in ancient Egyptian, if you take an adjective and you add a feminine ending, the .t to it, you get a substantive. You get like a thing that has that quality, right? Or you get the quality itself, right? So like, if you wanted to talk, if you
get the quality itself. So if you take him, which means black, and she is telling them the truth. She's just giving them the elementary understanding because there's a lot more to this. But she's trying to explain it for people to understand at the layman level, which is great. If you take the root Kim and put a T on it, you notice what she said, that it still is talking about the root. Notice that. Listen.
Right. So if you add, in ancient Egyptian, if you take an adjective and you add a feminine ending, the .t to it, you get a substantive.
A substantive is just now is being used as a noun. Right? So she didn't explain that to them, and I know for a fact they didn't know what she was talking about. So it's substituting for a noun, basically. I'll make shit simple. Substantive, you got a word substituting for a noun. So now that you took an adjective black and put a T on it, now it's a substantive. Now black is a thing now. See? And we keep trying to figure out, what is this black thing?
Get like a thing that has that quality, right? Or you get the quality itself, right?
Now that's where I stopped it. Or you get the quality itself. So it don't even gotta be a thing that's black. The quality itself is just blackness. So if you have Kim, which is black, and you put a T on it, you can get that quality itself, blackness.
So like, if you wanted to say the darkness, you could say Kemet, right, with a T on the end. Depending again on how you're conceptualizing it, it becomes a thing, right? It's a feminine ending, right? So a dark anything is a substantive use of an adjective. So taking an adjective and using it as a noun to either be darkness or the dark thing.
See, hold on.
And
if you take an adjective, which is describing a noun, and turn it into a noun itself, it's changing word categories. It's now substituting, it's a substantive, feel me? So now you're saying black, and you're not talking about a color, you're talking about a thing that is associated with that color.
Right, land is a thing. You put in a country, right, can be conceived of as a feminine thing, I suppose. It happens in a lot of different languages.
So here's the thing, and let's talk about the grammar. The Egyptologists need to understand that it's not a black thing. Grammatically, it is a black noun. That's what a substantive is. We have to know how to beat the brakes off these. A substantive doesn't limit the category of the noun to a thing. Nouns are persons, places, and things. You see what they're trying to do? They're reading the dictionary. A substantive is not an adjective substituting as a thing. A substantive is an adjective substituted as a noun. And under noun, you got three categories: person, people, places, or things. But Egyptology skips over that the fact that in grammar a substantive is an adjective taking the place of a noun, being used as a noun. And they say it's being used as a thing. So they chose for you, out of the three choices, to order to exclude people. This is easy for me. And so when I talk to those who they realize the level of the discussion we having, they don't even be prepared for that type of scrutiny, and they normally just give it up because you ask for a reply live right after you just hit them with that. What you didn't understand, Babylon Don. He says, by the way, never means complete and Kemet means completion. Yeah, there's a like I tried to let people know. Nefer, you probably don't want to teach that Nefer means complete or that Kemet means complete. Because that's just a misuse of what you kind of know. You feel me? But there is a grammatical case that if you find Nefer being used as a substantive, see? Because you can't, if it's being used, then it might be, if it's being used also in a particular type of a sentence where this adjective is starting out the sentence, then you might teach it that way. But mostly they'll teach us that in towards the end of these Egyptian books, because there's a lot we got to learn about what Nefer means in most use cases, right? And so, don't worry about Google. We getting giving you a highly specialized information on it, more than you get. Like, just if you put it in a text corpus, you'll get information revealed to you that Google won't even reveal to you. You'll see that an instance pops up of that. Watch this. NFR. You may be able to find. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not disagreeing with what it ultimately said, but I'm trying to provide some clarity on that so people won't misconfuse things. This is what I'm talking about. This finished is why when you Google it, they say it means completion. Right? So if you look at how we look at dictionaries, the most common use case would probably be good, then beautiful, then the sense of perfect, and finally finished. It's not in this order by accident. Like, this is really how it occurs. And so you might say good, beautiful, and happy. But I just want us to know that if we went over these 300,000 attestations, the most we see is good, beautiful, perfect, and the least we probably see is finished or complete. So I want to see if they got an isolated instance. But I wasn't disagreeing with you. I just was like, before people run out saying never being complete, there's more that they should know. You feel me? And I was saying that what you're teaching is taught more in the advanced type of class. So you can take that as a compliment. 1 and 2. All right, but I can probably continue. Where was that? No, I went too far.
right? Mother Russia, I guess, as an analogy, maybe.
Okay.
Right. So you add that T on the end and then use the word Kemet to describe, right? If you're, so like you'll hear the ancient Egyptians in a sentence talk about, right? I am from Kemet, right? I am from this darkness, this thing that is dark, and it is where I am from. We look at that and go, dark, a thing that you can be from, right? A place, a homeland.
So I have to talk to her about that. I probably want to do it in private because she got such a good spirit, and she tried. I don't even want to say what I need to say about this right now. But she, from her understanding, okay, she's not wrong from her understanding.
Kemet to describe, right? If you're, so like you'll hear the ancient Egyptians in a sentence talk about, right? I am from Kemet, right? I am from.
I'm not going to scrutinize her. Let me just tell y'all my knowledge of the language. Everybody know you don't hear that, bro. All right, man. Like, why I gotta say this? No, you don't. No one ever says that. No one ever said that. My brain firing off neurons right now and it's working. Let me prove it. No one ever said that. These are the use cases of what people said concerning Kemet. We could go over all of them. We're going to look at this place name, right? The Black Land. This is the one that they say the Black Land. Now, check this out. What's up, Pooh? Shout out to you. How much is 1 plus 2? I don't know what you're talking about. I think it's 35 or something. You know what I mean? Now, right here, I'm about to go down to Egypt. That's the closest you'll probably get to what she said we're going to find. Trust me, we're going to read them. This Egypt here says Kemet in the ancient Egyptian text. The term to descend right here, if you click this, is going to say to descend. So this is how we get them going down to Kemet. Now notice this. I don't have to tell you that this person already lived in the areas that we call Egypt. So when he was going down to Kemet, he was descending upon one particular area, and he didn't say he was from there. Notice that. Look, I'm about to go down to Egypt. Ain't nobody ever gonna say they from there. Why? Because we read this too much. Then this peasant went down to Kemet. Now, the closest we're gonna get when we read this, they're gonna be like, well, this is a good one. They said who had recognized them, who had been in Egypt, they recognized me. But you know, I am Anouk, or when from what? Ni Kemet, man belonging to Egypt. Okay, that's what you say it, so I'm wrong. So it's a statement where you would say, Ni Kemet, I belong to Egypt. Not a problem being wrong. See how quick I correct that? Once it popped in my head and I realized it, you would take a use case to say, I belong to from a Ni Kemet. All right. So we come up like, and it's so funny that when I scroll down, the next case, I'm up late. I'm gonna be up late. Shout out to Nick Marsh, a new person on my show. I do this shit all the time, homie. Don't even trip. Right? Now look. The next case we looked at says Remetch U Kemet. But in between, this is a direct genitive. There's no genitive or adjective in between these two nouns. So if you got people in plural and you got Kemet, one would argue against everything I was just saying by saying this is a rendition of people belonging to Kemet people of Egypt, people, I mean, this ain't Egypt, but this is how they translate it. And they would say that what I claimed against Dr. Maggie Bryson was incorrect because this is a case of saying I am from Egypt. But this doesn't say that. This says people Egypt. So we'll say people of, no, I'm sorry, it says people Kemet. So we would say people of Kemet, right? But it don't say I am from Kemet. But I have to give her credit that that's one she can. I'm not really wrong, but I'm just trying to be humble. Let me see, Egypt is certainly doing well because it knows its own competence. May the king be merciful. I'm not going to go over all of these, but if you want to prove me wrong, you can go in the text corpus and find a text where they actually say, I am from Kemet. Make your way, make it come to Egypt. There was 1,000 sailors best in Egypt. None of these is going to say, I am from Egypt, but that's irrelevant, and I don't want to nitpick on her. So I guess I ain't got shit to talk about now. So I'll probably get ready to end this video. You right, Nick Marsh. It's time to go to there. You ain't even mad. I ain't even mad at you. But I know I want to look at my phone and I'm going to see something. If I don't see what I want to see, I ain't going to say. Why would I say that? I'm not really tripping. A lot of times I like to see who watched the video. Right? All right, I thought I said. All right, cool. I'm about to get up out of here. Thank y'all for watching. It's Smash Rock Relative. Look at that logo, boy. You want some of this fly gear? They be having this at that website Shop Hiro. Is the new fly shit ever, bro. They make some of the cleanest rugbies at Shop Hiro. Like these killing my polo rugbies. Check out what they got over there, man. Them boys is cool. I'm gonna holler at you in a minute. Probably gonna play the game till I fall asleep. Oh, it's the weekend. I might play the game. I might have such a good. I might play a different game than I normally play tonight. Yeah, she got a good ass spirit. I like her. I'm gonna contact her. She told them politely. But when I go play the game tonight, I could go do a video. When I go play the game tonight, I might play a different game than I ain't played in hella long. Therapy, dude. Get to not think about reality. I mean, reality is wonderful. But turning off your beta waves is good for anxiety, for quelling anxiety. And that's been one of my practices. So I go back to things I used to do when I was younger. Tonight, I'm about to play college football, and I'm going to play Dynasty mode. But I might go play something like Vigor, a shooting game, where you gotta scavenge for goods and stuff. I don't like run and shoot. I kind of like strategy. So I'm an older dude. I don't want to be running and shooting hella much. Have to move my thumbs. Only time I do that is on football games. And my team, we could have made it to, I'm in like year like 30. I'm just ending the video. I'm like in year 36, 2036 or 2038 running my dynasty up in Florida. I won the national title one time, but every year my team be good enough to go. Last year we should have made it, and everybody got hurt right before the playoffs. This should be hella fun. It's like real life if you got that good of a. So now I got last year my team was, I said we got killed with Rev, but I thought there was going to be some bums. They came out and beat the number 1 team, beat the number 12 team. Then we got raised up in the rankings. We beat number 1 Notre Dame, wiped them boys out. Good ass game on the sticks. My wife even gave me a high five. She came out the kitchen like, that was a nice touchdown. I was like, because we be, I mean, I don't take up the whole house with my games and shit. It just so happened you gotta walk through my game and do stuff. So And if I play games up here, I'll be having to play the computer shit. I whip out the steering wheel. Oh, we be like this. But I ain't gonna talk about that in the end of the knowledge video. I'm just having a Friday night, late night excitement, and I'm happy to go get into my recreational period after 5 hours of studying, 4 hours of studying. Y'all have a good night, man, and stop being a hater, man. Don't be no hater. Make people feel good and shit. It makes so much about your aura when you come around and people know they're going to feel good that you're around instead of make them feel like less than because you're around. Think about that.